Hey, I pushed the button 25 seconds early. This is stream number 307. Items Overhaul, Part 2. And why am I listening to myself? Hold on a second. I'm just making sure I got the stream options. Yes, I got the stream options. Hooray! Okay. Let me start my timer. Okay. I think I've remembered to do all the things. I posted this link in my Discord. I have this plan ready. I started my stream helper. Everything's good. So yesterday, I did a bunch of refactoring, a bunch of fixing of different things related to the game inventory. And post-stream, I did a few simple things, like switched how you drop items so that it's similar to using items. And I fixed this broken ability to swap items in the inventory. It should have always been there. It was just broken. I don't know why. So I was left with add equipment slots. So I kind of expanded on that. So these are the typical equipment slots that one has in a role-playing game, at least I think. You have your main hand. You have your offhand. You have your head, your neck, your torso, your feet. That's armor. And then accessories. Belt, ring. I guess neck actually is an accessory, right? Let's list them under accessories. So let's call these weapons / shields. This is armor, and this is accessories. All right. So I plan to use the type field of items to determine which items can be placed in what slots, which means I'll probably have to go retroactively change all swords in the game so that they fit in the main hand. Actually, the other way I could do it is just say anyone who has a sword now, it's a vintage practice sword you can't actually use anymore. Something like that. Anyway, I need to build a graphical representation of a character, so sort of a spatial arrangement, so like a suit of armor or something, and draw... Well, not draw, actually. Position equipment slots to be near different places on the mannequin. So I guess this would be a mannequin of some sort, and we'll place slots in the appropriate spots. Yeah, then I need to go through, update the item-related messages and commands to support equipment slots. So right now, a lot of the time, a player's inventory slot is indicated by an index into their inventory array. So in addition to the inventory array, there's now going to be different equipment slots. So I'm thinking of, since these are unique slots, they would each have a field of the player component rather than expanding upon the items array. So the items array or inventory array, whatever it is, would stay the same, and we'd simply add these 8 more fields. Okay, and then in preparation for adding containers in the game, I want to be able to make items unmovable, as in you can't pick them up. So for the example, it might be a treasure chest, right? Practically too heavy to carry around for most characters, so you'd make it unmovable. So you could interact it within the game, unlock it, open it up, load it, but you couldn't take it with you. Then if I get to this, maybe not, I want to start adding containers in the game. So the container would be a new kind of component that's similar to a player in that it has an items field, similar to how the inventory of a player is treated, and a few extra things. So an open field, for example, to indicate whether or not a player can interact with it. So a treasure chest could be closed, and you have to open it in order to loot it. And then to interact with containers, I think I'm going to add a look command. So we could use that for a couple different things. To look into a treasure chest, to look into a bag, and also just to look at some place in the world. Maybe that's how we interact with signs, is by looking at them. So you could pick an adjacent position in the world or an inventory item, and if it's adjacent position in the world, it might trigger a script if that entity at that position has a look component. If you look at an inventory item, if it has a container component, maybe you would start interacting with the container. And speaking of interacting with containers, when we have this active, we don't want the container to be moved or picked up. So I kind of want to lock it in place so that other characters in the game happen to walk by can't just take the bag that you're looking at that's on the ground. And actually, probably that would include a container should not despawn. So maybe disregard the despawn timer if it's got a container component that a player's interacting with. So the main thing about interacting with the containers is we want the players to see the contents of the container on the character panel. So for example, this is not a good example. Let me pull up new window. Actually log into the game. So this is the current interaction window. I'm going to be adding the player's mannequin or inventory armor depiction somewhere around here. Probably to the side, because I imagine most players are going to open it in a window that's rectangular. And yeah, probably either to the left or to the right of this inventory. And then in the other quadrant, perhaps up here, or maybe here and move the movement to the right, or maybe just flatten these directional arrows, something like that. We would have another inventory array slots of the thing you're interacting with. You know what we could also do is we could also, when we're talking to characters in the game, we could put the dialogue up there too, now that I think about it. So where is the NPC, my test NPC? He's down there. So if I take my character and move him over here, and then I can talk to him. So right now when you talk, it uses this window down here for interaction, but what if we moved it up to the top right? Then we would have room to maybe paste a portrait if it's a named NPC that has a portrait. Something to think about. Anyway, at least when we're looking at the contents of a chest or something, we kind of want to see it near the other inventory so that we can drag to and from it. That's the intent. And that's plenty of work today. Lots of things on the plan. I don't know how much I'm going to get to. Okay, so I think the very first thing I need to do is actually add these slots. So that would mean two things. New players created would have these slots intrinsically, and then pre-existing players that have to be migrated. So there's a migration step in the game. We can take advantage of that and put in some code there to add these slots if they're missing. So let's say that we are adding equipment slots to players. All right. Let me just make sure the bot is working. The bot is not working. Chat is not working at all. Okay. Let's try to fix that. I wonder if I need to refresh the OAuth token. So this should tell it to reconnect to the game. If it doesn't, that means I need to go refresh the OAuth token. Which I hope I don't need to do, because that's going to be a pain. Okay, I didn't need to do that. Good. The bot is responding now. Cool. Glad I checked that before someone else did a command and it didn't work or something like that. All right. On to business. Adding equipment slots to players. Let's first add them for new players. So this is all happening in the back end of the game. So I'm going to approach it from the test suite, because the back end of the game is mostly in C++, and even the stuff that's not, the stuff that's in Lua, also has a suite of unit tests. So I'm going to find where I have the tests for the player migration stuff. It would probably be in the executor, wouldn't it? Let's look for the word migration. Migrate, there we go. Linked accounts with hidden points should be migrated. Migrate to a teleport. So they're all in this general section of the game? No, they're all sprinkled around. All sprinkled about. So I can put it anywhere. Let's just take this test, for example, and make a duplicate down here. And we'll call it migrate migration underscore, if I could spell migration correctly, that would be nice. Migration, give players equipment slots. All right, so I don't need globals. X that out. We're creating a character entity and then a player linked to that character, adding to that to the game, and we're creating a player with that. So the player's linked to the character's linked to the player. The player is in the world. Okay, and this old code should be gone. Let's remove that. This needs to be a number that is not 0. Okay, so it's going to be hard to have this migrate some data, but not all the data. So maybe I should just make this general. Migrate player accounts. Migrate old players. So initially, I think the only migration we're going to do is add missing equipment slots. So actually, I wonder if it also will be adding inventory slots. Actually, you know what? I don't really care because I can just look and see what I care about. So let's go back to this. Migration, give players equipment slots. So minimum, we just need a player and character and have them linked together. I don't even think I need to do that stuff. No, I don't care about that, right? So there needs to be a player component because that's where the equipment slots are going to be. But it can. This is the minimum requirement that the character be linked to the player. Hey there, Alt F4. Am I doing migrations against the Raft log? It's sort of independent of Raft. It is when... Let me think about this. When I choose, and I just arbitrarily chose when the server starts up and reads its state from disk, it's going to just attach any new entries that weren't in the record. So it doesn't matter if the server had been running in Raft and I just threw a switch and said migrate now, or if I do it at the same time we join the Raft cluster. It doesn't really matter because the act of migration is not going to be a command in Raft anyway. It's just going to be it kind of like, think of it as like we are adding a column to an existing database. So you don't need to tell the Raft that you're going to add a column to the database. You just do it, and you just make sure that you don't go backwards, because then you'd be losing data. But we're only attaching new data, so it should be fine. Worst case is if I go back to an old version of the game, then it wouldn't recognize these fields in the database and it would just skip them and ignore them. Hey there, Rally Monkey. So hello, Alta 4 stream. Hope I answered that question all right. And Rally Monkey, how are you doing? This is a bit unusual for me. Usually I end my stream about this time, but because my schedule's all changed now, I am attempting to branch out. Well, I'm attempting to stream when I can, and one of the open slots for me is around this time for about 4 hours. So I will be doing afternoon streams on Wednesdays and Fridays, morning streams on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays, and Thursday is an off day for me now. And I updated the panel below to show the start times. It can't show the end times, which I hate. So I might actually, one of these days, I'm going to go work on my own extension to show the schedule the way I want it to be seen. Mostly you're wondering if you're making a migration against a Raft. Nope. I don't think that you would ever need to do a migration with Raft, because Raft doesn't really care what you're migrating, what the data is. All it really cares about is making sure that all of the members of the cluster have the same state. So if your migration was a command, Raft would just obediently replicate it. If your migration was not a command, then each server was sort of responsible for doing its migration at any time. The only danger I guess you'd find is if it's not a command with Raft, it's independent of replication, and so you'd have to do it on all the servers. And if you're in the middle and you migrated some servers but not others, then conceptually you could have what would happen. Some servers would have the information and others wouldn't. So you might get inconsistent answers if a client asks the server, well, what kind of armor am I wearing? One server might say, armor? What's armor? While the other server says, yeah, you got plate mail. So that would be the only downside, I guess, is that your character would, for example, in this migration of adding equipment slots, your character may or may not have armor for a little bit of time. But you wouldn't lose the armor. It's just some servers wouldn't know you had it. And then once you've migrated all of the servers, now they would all agree that you have armor. Now, if the leader of the cluster had not been migrated yet, it obviously wouldn't be possible to give you any armor or to take it away. The server would just do nothing about your armor. So yeah, I think unless the situation is really complicated, the worst thing you could see with Raft is that some servers might be behind others in not understanding the column of the data, so to speak. But I don't think you'd actually lose anything. The storing the data is not actually stored in Raft. It's stored in two places. It's stored in memory in the entity component system, and then when the server's not running, it's stored to disk. It's serialized, and Raft doesn't actually really have much to do with that. Where Raft gets involved is where you need to copy it from one server to another, and Raft actually doesn't care about what the contents of the data it's copying. I treat it like a blob. So the data might have the migrated data or it might not. Raft really won't care. It's really, Raft is the transport layer, and that's independent of the data and its migration. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm always looking for ways to separate concerns. So I don't want Raft to be concerned about the schema of my data or my database or how it's stored to disk or how it's serialized or any of that stuff. Really, the only thing I want Raft to care about is make sure every server has the same data. And if one server is behind, the way you catch up is the server that's ahead figures out what to send to the server that's behind, and Raft is the vehicle. It's literally the transport, like a Raft should be, of carrying that data from the server that's more advanced to the server that's behind. That, and if a server dies, I would like Raft to make sure that at least the one of the servers still running can continue to process commands. Now, for example, you might have the leader of the cluster become one that you haven't migrated the data yet. Then it's just not going to really understand any request to change your armor, for example. But it won't lose that data. It'll still be there in the blob. It's just that that server won't know what to do with it. I suppose that could change later if I ever pick a data schema that doesn't allow extra data the server doesn't know about to be attached. Then you might have a situation where you have a server that's a little bit behind, you haven't migrated the data yet, and so it doesn't physically actually have a capability of storing, for example, a new equivalent slot. But I'm going to try to avoid that at all costs because I don't want data loss. I want everything to be forwards compatible. So there ought to be a way to attach data, even if there's no code to understand it, because that data might be from a more advanced or further along copy of the game, and we don't want to lose that information because we would want to hopefully catch the game up to understand that data. So right now I'm using JSON for all of the structures, and so JSON intrinsically can have arrays, objects, and values, and the structure is undefined. So you can have an object with extra keys, and your code doesn't know what those keys mean, but it will faithfully serialize, deserialize, send and receive them just fine. So I am totally leveraging that forwards compatibility to make the data schema independent of the transport or the Raft or any of that stuff. I can even send data to the client that the client doesn't even know what to do with, and the client will say, "Okay, well, you told me that my item has something called extra damage to fire creatures. I don't know what that means. I'll just record it here in this JSON object, and it's fine." So, yeah, I think we're all good with that. If I am wrong, though, I will find out, and then I will have learned something. And I hope that if that were to happen, that happens quickly, so that it doesn't become too painful. Okay, migration, give players equipment slots. So this is a player that obviously doesn't have any equipment slots. And what the heck is this? This is publishing a blank entry. Why am I doing that? Oh, I remember why. Because data migration I chose arbitrarily to happen when the first Raft entry is committed. I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I did that. Maybe it was just... Oh, I think I know why. Because the executor only responds when the commit event happens. So the first time the executor has an opportunity to do something is on this first published commit event. Yeah, I think that's what it was. All right, so we expect that after that happens, this character now should have equipment slots. So let's say player equals get component of type player character entity and expect, I guess we would say expect true that the player has main hand, right? Actually, let's list them all. So static const standard vector of strings, expected slots, expected equipment, and we'll list main hand. Actually, let's just copy from OneNote, shall we? Only problem is that the OneNote doesn't have double quotes. But we have these ones, and then we have these ones. And I just need to be careful to add quotes. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just do that, go over one word, and do that again. All right. So then we'll say for const auto expected equipment slot, I guess, in expected equipment. Expect true that we have it. And then what should it be? It should be empty, right? So expect equal JSON value type null for not expected, actual player. That slot dot, it's not helping me out. IntelliSense, come to my rescue. I'll just have to type it. It's get type, I think. Whenever IntelliSense can't figure it out, it makes me nervous, like I'm missing something. Do I have vector? Yeah, this kind of crap. This is like a warning sign. What is this telling me? Include errors. Oh, now it's gone. What's wrong with this? Oh, player redefinition. Because player was a player record. Let's make it player component, I guess. Hey there, Vacillate. Project is going slowly but surely. Player component. Yeah, I began working on this game engine and game like a year and a couple months ago, and there's certainly been more and more every week, but it's kind of like a snail crawl. So I do get nervous almost every day thinking about if people are getting impatient with me getting this done. But then on the flip side, I'm like, well, when it's done, it's going to be cool. And then we can all celebrate, as long as I just don't stop. So whether it takes me another year or another three years, I'll be happy when I get it working, and then we'll all be able to celebrate then. Why is this so slow? If I wanted to get a game out quickly, I probably would have used an existing game engine like Unity and Unreal. And there are plenty of streams out there that I totally recommend you watch if you want to see that kind of stuff. There aren't a whole lot of streams where people are doing stuff from scratch, and so that's I wanted to keep that aspect of what I'm doing. There are a few others, like Handmade Hero and Tim Bodette, who do this kind of thing, but they're not a whole lot. I feel like I'm getting better and better at BSing while waiting for the compiler to compile. Don't you agree? There's like no awkward silence at all. Why are we getting... IntelliSense is getting like a little bit slow for me these days. The cool niche that you think people appreciate? I hope so. You like to watch Tim? Yeah, so do I. He's a friend of the stream. Okay, so I'm going to run this test. It should fail because the data migration won't happen. So almost every expectation here is going to fail. So then I got to go, this is test-driven development, by the way. Let me exercise my bot a little bit and have it blurt out the explanation about what test-driven development is. That's what I'm doing right now. You write the test first. If it's a new feature or if it's a bug you're trying to reproduce, the test, especially for a bug, it gives you a nice little unit, test case, whatever you want to call it, scenario where you're just focused on the thing that is a bug. And if you can reproduce it in the test case, you're set because you use that now to run the debugger and figure out what the heck's going on. And then the bonus is that when you get the test to pass, it's confirmation that you fixed the bug most of the time. 98% of the time, I would say. If the bug comes back, you can then augment the test case to capture it again. It's really super cool. I recommend it. Although it's taking me forever to get good at it, I think it's worth it. I need to find out where the migration is done. I'm going to guess that it's an executor, and I'm going to guess that it's on this commit event. On commit? I forget what it's called. On commit? Oh, look at that. Migrate game. So if we haven't done migrations and the entry is new for this term, I believe this was important, because if that, actually both of these are important, because we don't want to migrate twice, and we don't want to migrate until we know we've caught up with the cluster, and that is one way of knowing. You can't have caught up to the cluster unless you start getting entries committed that are at or beyond the starting term of the server. All right, so migrate games, where we want to look. Let's see what we got here. I should probably comment what each of these migrations was. That would be smart. So let me retroactively add some comments about what we're doing. Okay, this one is place. What are we doing here? And this isn't placing. This is figure out where to place new players who are not in the game world. Because there are, believe it or not, there are still some players who have not actually played my game since we added a world around it. If you go back like a year ago, or maybe not, maybe 11 months, 10 months, there was a game you could log into and there was no world yet. Let that sink in while I drink my beer. Yeah, so we added the concept of positions and space. And then, so anyone who logged in before that and not since doesn't have a position in the game. We have to figure out where we're going to put them. Okay, and this is for players that predate 3 different things. In fact, I think these are, we'll call this one migrate. Actually, if this is migrating players, then why are the points out here? Why is that? Oh, because we can't actually change them inside of this with all. So like, what does this do, for example? Does this just collect new player points? Oh, it actually does remove how can we do that? Oh, we're getting a copy. And what are we doing with that copy? Actually, we are changing it. Oh, but what are we iterating? Hold on. Oh, we're iterating the players database, so to speak, not the entity component system. So that's fine. And this is actually mutating the players. All right. So this is migrate ECS data about players. And this is actually migrate actual player records. And then what is this doing? Okay, this is remove obsolete fields of position components, and then the same thing for tile components, and then we're done. And let me be more specific here. Store new player points. New player, is that we're copying out of old Twitch information into player? All right, store points in player record. Previously, I remember this, they were stored in the player's character's player component. Right, and we decided to move them into the player record if they're linked to Twitch. So this is store points in player record for players linked to Twitch. If you're not linked to Twitch and it knows of your Twitch account and it knows you have scored some points, it keeps it in the character record because you don't have a player record yet. And if you're not linked to Twitch and you have a player record, then you can't have any points. All right, that makes sense. I just want to make sure I don't forget this stuff. So what are we migrating about player ECS data? There's stuff in migrate Twitch info. What was that? Okay, we're removing the points if there were any, and this is only if it's linked to Twitch, right? Right. If that is, hold on. If that is true, why would that ever be false? How could a player not have a character entity? That's weird. I guess I handle that somewhere else. At some point, we have to give players character entity. Oh, I think I know why. I think that's done when we log in now. Maybe it should go here, actually. It should probably say if it's equal to 0, give them a character entity. I don't know why I'm not doing that now. Anyway, get the character entity for the player. If that character entity has points, yeah, then it needs to move to the player, right? Okay, so we should say put a bookmark there. Let me get rid of all my other bookmarks from yesterday. All right, and then let's go to what's calling this and place another bookmark. All right. So migrate data about players. One is if the player's character has points, move them out. So which is remove from character, place in new player points. Okay, that's the one thing. Now next. If they're linked to Twitch, if they're linked to Twitch, we used to put their Twitch ID login name and login in the character component. Now we don't. So if the player's character is linked, actually, well, it's just if the player is linked to Twitch. Move Twitch ID login name and points, right? Hold on. Is there points is in there twice? Oh no, it was login, name, and then there was an extra thing called login or name if we weren't sure, if we had a word and we weren't sure if it's the login or the name. Because that happens sometimes. Move Twitch ID, login, and name. Where are we moving them to, though? Or we're just removing them? Oh, because if this is non-zero, that means it's stored already in the player, right? So it's redundant. So remove and name. These are now stored in the player record. All right. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing? I forgot to wave to Vacillate too. I'm sorry. I like to wave to everybody who chats to make you feel welcome. If I forget to do that, my stream helper puts an icon next to your name saying you need to wave to this person. All right, what else? That was it. So it was just points and Twitch info. And then, is that it? I think that's it. All right, so we're adding to this now. So I should probably check in these comments because they're separate from what I'm doing. And why, by the way, I should probably update this, right? No, that's what we're doing. I did update it. All right. Yeah, I just want these. This is add missing comments about migration steps. Commit that and then moving on. So to make this test pass, we have to add these equipment slots. So I might as well just copy this because we're going to need that same thing up here, right? And it's going to go in the character. So we're doing more than this, right? Wait a minute. What does this do? Hold on. Can we do that? I think actually we are allowed to do that. When I'm iterating the positions, right? And then this is changing the position. I think we can do that because changing it doesn't change the key. It only changes the value. Let me make sure. Yeah, it only changes the value, so we're okay there, I think. We can't add or remove because that would screw up the iteration that's done inside of this with components of type. This thing actually does a loop over the of all the key value pairs for that type of component. So we can't add or remove, but we can change though. So is this the right? No, this is position. I need to do it for player. Don't I do that inside of each of these? They're done separately. Okay, I really should do it independently of players, right? Well, this is independent of players. This doesn't matter. Well, okay, I'll just add it like I've been adding these ones. Actually, this gone... Is this gone flag because it's setting the position? Yeah, why am I doing some steps here and some other steps down here? Oh, I know why, because these are independent of player, and these are player dependent. Okay, so this is... Yeah, okay, so we're going to add one here. Add any missing equipment slots. So we'll make a new function called migrate equipment. Game state, player ID. Actually, I won't need those things, right? I'll just need the game state, player ID, right? No, player. I don't even need the player ID. I just need the player record. Because from the player record, it gives me the character, entity, and then we can update it there. Okay, so just like migrate gone flag, we'll have another function. Oh. I can maybe go faster than the find. Just go to declaration. Seriously, that's where it's declared? And I didn't have a comment there? That's bad. Well, I suppose I already commented these. It's commented here. And here. Oh, I missed one. I missed these two. I missed two of them. Yep, I missed two of them. Okay. Oopsies. So this should migrate out of default zone. There used to be the concept of a default zone before there were zones. This gets rid of that. So what are we doing here? Oh, thank you for that follow. We're getting the position of a character. If they don't have a position, we're bailing out. We check to see if they're in a zone. We're check to see if they're in the special logged out zone. So we're doing two different things. If they're not in a zone, or they're in the logged out zone and they don't have a previous zone, then we're figuring out whether they're logged in or not. Actually, this should always be true. The only way it would be false... Actually, it could be false if the server started up while someone else was logged in on another server. I suppose that's possible. So anyway, if they're gone... Or they're... Yeah, if they're gone... If they're gone, they're gone. If they're not... If we don't know what zone they're in... I remember why. If we don't... Actually, I don't know. I don't understand this now. What it's doing, if we get into here, is it places them at the initial position in the world. And it either sets the gone flag or removes it. Why would we set the position? That would be if we don't know where to place them, right? So that makes sense. There's no zone field present. So it's like they weren't in any zone, so we need to put them in the initial spot in the world. But what is this thing? Or they're in the logged out zone. Oh, this is a special case. Somehow they're logged out, but we don't know where they should go. And that would only be if they were in the default zone. So this is if they're in the default zone logged in. This is if they're in the default zone logged out. Okay, I know what to write then. If the player is in either the default zone which no longer exists, or the logged out zone, which also no longer exists. Instead, we keep them in zone and simply mark them gone. If players either in the default zone or... Actually, let's break this into two things. If the player is in the default zone, which no longer exists, place them in the initial world position. The special position that we mark for players to go to if they were just newly created, for example. All right. Migrate the... Well, if players are marked... If players are in the logged out zone, which also no longer exists, bring them back in zone and mark them as gone. There we go. That's what that does. And then migrate gone flag, I think is similar thing. Yeah. This is if they're in the logged out zone, which is zone 0, it used to be a zone 0. And we know where they were. We just place them in the correct zone and mark them gone. So let's just give that a separate bullet because that's technically what this one does. But this one also does it, or checks for it. Yes. Okay. Making sure I am not confused. Add any missing equipment slots. I should amend that, or can I just amend that last commit? Yeah, and then include these two paragraphs. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Missing comments. I love amend. So now we're just dealing with new equipment slots, which doesn't exist. I'm going to go to that, and I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to make a copy of it and call it migrate equipment. And that just took game state and player record. I don't need the player ID, right? So get the component, the player position component. No, I need the player component. Let's call it player. I don't like this calling things component because that's too generic. The player component, because we already have something called player. So the player component is the player entity of the character. I mean, is the player component of the player's character entity. It's confusing. The fact that that word and that word are the same. All right. If they don't have a player component, we can't do anything. But if they do, I think it's just, this is where I'm going to put, from the test, we had that list. Right, this list of what equipment we should have. And this should be called equipment slots. Because it's not that they're expected, it's that this is what they are right now. And we're going to loop through them for const auto equipment slot in equipment slots. If player component doesn't have one, then we need to add it, right? So we don't have to do that unless they're missing at least one slot. So let's have something here, missing at least one slot. Actually, let's make it more generic. Needs update. Player component needs update. And we'll initialize that to false. And if we get into this if at any time, we set it to true. And then this is just if it needs updating, then update it. And that's player component. And that's player. Done. All right. So the update would be player component. Equipment slot is null pointer. And I know what you're thinking. We don't want to set it to null pointer. This will resolve to the address or a reference to a JSON value class instance. And that happens to have a constructor that takes null pointer type, null pointer being the only value of null pointer type. And it will set this up to represent the null value in JSON. So that's what we want. I reserve null JSON values to mean that there's nothing in the equipment slot. I could use 0, but I chose not to. All right. Player component needs update. Yes. Okay, and we're done. So this should now pass the test. Okay. Build, build, build. Why is the build so slow? I already built it once. Shouldn't it be fast? Probably because it's not just linking the test, it's also now changing the object code for the game. Oh, was that a beer? Yeah, it's a Asahi. Japanese beer. It's afternoon. Usually I don't drink when I stream because I stream in the morning, but it's an afternoon stream. And I was thirsty. I was thirsty, Rally Monkey. Alright. Come on, Link. Link, dang it. That's true, I'm not drinking alone. Well, I presume that I'm not drinking alone. Hey there, KHPS official. Long time no see. Going alright, going slowly but surely. We're adding equipment slots to characters today. And so now I'm putting in the steps to migrate player data that predates having equipment slots. So now you'll have all of these glorious weapon and armor and accessories. Main hand, offhand, head, torso, feet, belt, ring, and neck. And if I decide to add more, I would just simply add to this list, and then every time the game server starts, it will add you slots for these things that are missing. All right. And the hard part today is going to be doing the artwork for it. So that is migrating existing accounts. Now I need to handle new accounts. So that's done where? Create new account. Actually, there are two places where it happens. You could have a player account that is missing the player component completely. The second place would be where it's a completely new account. So there's probably already something in here for missing. Where am I going to find it, though? It's not the word missing. I guess I can look at the names of the tests. So, are we in the correct one? Yes, executor. Okay, why is it not showing me all the names? Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. I need to be in this file. Collapse everything, now we're going to look at names. Okay, that might be why I didn't find anything called missing. Restore from backup if missing. Oh, here we go. Give character missing inventory on login. That's exactly what I want. I want to just copy this test and apply it to equipment slots, right? Although this is a problem because it's expecting everything, not just the inventory. I probably need to change this test. Yeah. I need to come back and change this test because I'm about to break it. Because if I say now, give character missing... Let me just fix this name, by the way. I've been trying to upgrade the names for tests to use uppercase, or not uppercase, Pascal case, snake case. And just make it easier to read. And I don't mind that the names are long. Okay, this is missing equipment. Slots. Alright. I don't know why I have this elaborate setting up all this stuff that doesn't matter. Why am I doing all this crap? It really doesn't matter. It just needs to be a player. Oh, wait a minute. The migration will do this. What am I doing? I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this. The migration is... So does this test expecting that we're adding just the inventory? Because the migration would have done this. In fact, let me demonstrate this. This login will cause the data migration to happen anyway. So if I have separate code that adds missing inventory, then that code is redundant. So this says it's on login, right? So we're going to have on login. So if there's any code in here that adds missing inventory, we don't need it probably. All this junk. Blah, 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 blah. This creates the character entity if it didn't exist before. That's important. Oh yeah, look at all this stuff. We don't need any of this. Bet you I can get away with not doing this stuff. Where's the inventory though? Would that be on player logged in? Aha. So I bet you in here is the inventory somewhere. Okay, this, if we don't have a player component, it creates it. So I do need to modify this because this is where we're going to add the equipment slots. Ah, this code is probably not needed. I bet you if I comment this out, it'll still work. And that means that this is redundant. What's this other code here, though? Oh, I guess I used to have inventory things where we had zeros in there. Yeah, this is... I should just be doing this during data migration. Is the castle there now? Has it been a while since you logged into my game? It's just all test content, remember that. There's no real game content yet because we're still doing the engine. So I bet you this will still pass. Oh, no it doesn't. That's weird. Yeah. The items weren't added. Shouldn't the data migration done that? Hold on. Bookmark. Go back to the other bookmark I had. Shouldn't... didn't I have a migration step for inventory? Maybe I'm just missing this. I think I misunderstood. This doesn't actually add missing inventory, does it? But it could. So if I went back to that commented out code and I moved it to data migration, I don't have to do it here. That would be nicer because it's only one spot then, right? So let me test this theory. My theory is that I can put all of the data migration in one place. And maybe I call it like migrate inventory or something. Player record. And then I'll just put it here. This is the code that I need, right? And then around it we have this migrate inventory. And then we can now uncomment this. We have to actually get the player component. Oh, and this has to be inside of a condition. Hold on. So where was that condition? This condition here. Actually, can't I just move the whole thing? This whole section. So this whole thing. Actually, all this junk, right? And this is already redundant. So let me just copy this much of it. Well, let's copy the whole thing. Over to here. Actually, I only want part of it, don't I? Because I wanted to just say inventory, yeah. Okay, just the inventory. So, hold on. I know this is messy, I'll fix it. I swear. It's fun to look into, though. Yeah, it's true. Let me know if you find any bugs. Actually, if you find a bug, and it might be one of the 160 bugs I already know about in my GitHub. So you could search there if you want to, but you don't have to. If you report a bug, I might say, oh, it's a dupe of one that we already know about. That's where all my known issues are right now. All right. If it has an inventory, yeah, do this junk. Yeah, so I don't need this. And then let's make this done separately and just keep that. Yeah. All right. Oh, I need to load the player component. So I at least need this part. And we should have that blurb at the beginning too, right? There we go. So let me see what this does. If this makes this test up here pass, then yeah, it makes sense to do all the migration. Yeah, so we're doing the migration. So this really should be Give character missing inventory when migrated. During migration. Which happens as soon as the game starts up. Yeah, why wait for them to log in? That doesn't make any sense. So then I'll remove it from where it was. And maybe while I'm at it, maybe just migrate the rest of the stuff. Let's go look for bookmarks. So yeah, this is where it used to be, right? On player logged in. Yeah, why do all these checks? It's silly. This we need. In fact, that we could do during migration too. Yeah. In fact, yeah. Let me think about it. At least we could take care of this. We didn't need to do that, right? Now there's the hit points migration. This one we definitely already did, right? So if I have a test that checks for points, we can I could probably just comment this out and it'll still work. Let me find it. It'd be here somewhere, right? Around here on login. On login. Create character position. Well, this should already pass. Does that? Yeah. Why is this? Okay. Why does it say on login? Because this is not checked during login. It's checked during migration. Oh, it's checked in 2 places. Oh, okay. So, I probably don't even need this code here, do I? Well, this is if it's completely invalid. All right, this might break it, but then I know how to fix it easily. Let's just do this to it. This is the test if code is dead or not. You just comment it out and you see if you break anything. All right. Link. You can do it. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. 13.7 seconds. Okay. Sometimes this happens where it forgets that that's a test and I have to hit this recycle button and wait like 5 seconds. The only bug you found is that NPCs are too strong. Yeah, they need to be tuned. Right now they're tuned for a group. That's the problem. And these days when people try out my game, they're doing it solo, and so they're not in a group, and so the NPCs just wipe the floor with them. Also, it's sort of ambiguous about whether or not you have a weapon. So that's one of the things we're trying to solve today by actually giving you a real main hand slot, so you'll know if you have a weapon or not. Okay, I'm gonna guess that this broke because of one line here that we need to put in the migration. So let's go back to the bookmarks and find migrate. This one? Yeah, see how it returns? We could just say if it's invalid, just jump straight into here, right? Just set up X, Y, and zone, and then, okay, it's not set, it's create. Okay. I can just, how do I do this? Let's pretend that I'd remove that. What would happen? Zone won't be present, so that'll be false. So that'll be true. And this will be true again, right? No, false. False or false, so gone will be false. So it'll set up X, Y, and Z, and so the only thing we need to change is then instead of doing a set, we need to do a create. Actually, does set actually work even if it's not created? Oh, it returns early. Yeah, that's what's different between set and create. Okay, so I can do this if I simply made a constant here. Const auto new position equals that. Right? Actually, it's more than that. We're going to need to be prepared to set fields of it. So let's just simply do that. conveniently, this is already not const. So what we can do is we can say if new position, then a component is a JSON object that's empty. JSON object empty. And then the other change is down here. I say if new position, then we have to create it, otherwise we're setting it. Hey there, Alt F4 Stream, you're back again, huh? Couldn't stay away, huh? He tried to stay away, but he couldn't. It's create component of type, right? Would you hate me if you asked another rap question? No, of course I would not hate it. I love answering rap questions. And your pizza is sort of shaped like a raft too, so it's somewhat appropriate that you be eating pizza. I applaud you, sir. Let's run this test. Okay, it still fails. It still says it's invalid. Oh, do we do a... No, we do a login. We do commit something, so what's the deal? I'm going to debug it, so we should hit this line if I run this test. I don't. Okay, why is that? Am I not mobilizing and committing? So, wait. Hold on. It should have done data migration. Why didn't it? Oh, wait. I think I might know why. Just need to find out where that was. It might be skipping this completely. I should still go into this. Yeah, I wonder why. Is it not calling migrate game? Let's see. Debug. It's not calling migrate game either. Doing any kind of waiting for the raft to be ready before you start the proposals? Yes. Well. If it happens to be that when I start the cluster, usually all three servers take about the same amount of time before they're ready. And so I didn't need to do anything special. But let's say I have three servers already up and running, and I start a fourth one, and it's not ready yet. What will happen is the three servers will keep trying to connect to that fourth server. And until they can connect to that fourth server, they obviously, there's no transport, so they can't send any proposals. So that fourth server is technically not a member of the cluster as far as like voting and stuff like that, right? But then the moment they can connect to that fourth server, then that fourth server is considered a member of the cluster, and then it can vote and stuff like that. And so the trick that I do is I don't set up the transport layer until the very end, until it's ready. So when everything is ready and it can now participate in the raft, then I bind the network port, and the other servers are able to connect to it, and it's all good. So it's sort of a trick. It's like until the server is ready to participate in raft, it doesn't even bind its network connection. I do that last. Does that make sense? So let's say I didn't do that, then yeah, probably I would need some way of the server saying, hey, I'm not ready yet, don't count my vote, don't send me any votes. Actually, even if I didn't do that, let's say the server that's not ready gets request to vote. It could just simply do nothing. And then what happens if you don't respond to a vote request? It's like there was a, what do they call it? A partitioning in the network. So if it would have voted, it would be like it voted no. So I think RAF would still work. It's just that server that's not ready could never become the leader. And it might cause the RAF, it might cause the elections not to work until because you have to have a majority of servers willing to vote. So it could delay the leader election. Hey there, C17R. How are you doing today? Greetings, programs. So what you're doing now is you're just waiting for the server to be ready and then bind the network port. I think that's just fine. Because I think of it this way, if you bind your network port, that means you're like opening the shop door saying, come on in customers, I'm ready to sell you things. And until then, the customers might line them at the door. They might try the door. Oh, the door is still locked. The sign out front says we're closed. And then you're free to set up your shop and not be bothered. And that the last thing you do is you unlock the door and you flip the sign to say we're open for business, and then they start flooding in, and then it all works out for both sides, right? Trying to wait until the raft has gone through election and update itself. It's interesting trying to program around the state machine. Why are you trying to wait until the raft has gone through the election? Are you need something, or you need there to be a leader before you do something, maybe? So what I do is the moment a leader's elected, the leader broadcasts out a message saying, hey, hail to the king, baby. And then that's a sign to all the servers saying, okay, the leader's been selected, we're open for business, we can start asking for things. And until then, just the cluster says, we're not ready because we don't have a leader. So I think as long as you have some announcement that goes out once the leader is elected, that's probably the only thing you need to do. So if you need to wait, you would just wait for that leadership announcement. Everything kind of goes through one switch. So maybe it's just a code organization thing. So that's not really so much to do with Raft as much as it is maybe the way you've organized the logic in your code, right? If everything has to go through that one switch, and that's a problem, maybe you need to refactor it. Working on the implementation. Oh, okay. But I think you know this, right? If you're constrained by some organization issue in the code, you know you probably need to refactor it. But it's not going to be a Raft problem. Raft is simply there is a leader or there isn't. And if there you need to be a leader, you just wait until one is announced. And if you're not ready to vote, you just don't vote. And you don't start an election until you're ready to become the leader. So it's pretty cut and dry as far as state transitions and what to do. If there's any complication, it would be how to organize the code. And I could just tell you how I organized it, but it probably won't help you unless you happen to organize it the same way. All right, I need to find out why this test is not hitting this breakpoint here in migrate game. Migrate game should be called on any commit. Unless one of these is not true, which that could be why. Let's see it. Waving to my son who's off to clubs. All right. Okay, so we did get here. So what happened? Why are we not going to this if? What's the term? The term is 0. Ooh, that's a problem. The term should not ever be 0. Was I just lazy? Oh, I was just lazy. The entry term needs to be at least 1. Actually, it should be whatever. Oh, this doesn't even... Yeah, it needs to be at least 1. So that's probably what it is. So debug again. And then were we going to migrate the game this time? Yes. All right. So we get to there. Cool. So we probably are going to pass the test now, right? Yes. Okay, so that proves to me that the code I commented out wasn't needed at all. Where was that code? I'm going to have a hard time finding it now, aren't I? Is it here? Yeah, he was here. All this code not necessary anymore. Yay, and get rid of it. What about this other stuff down here? Why are we doing that? Oh, we always need to do that. Yes. This is never true anymore. So I can remove that, right? It's never true. Because the migration would have done it. So this is, this is a migration step. This means the depth is missing. This we always need to do when you log in. Correct. Okay. Now what about these lines? That, if there's not a test for that, I should include it. And then while I'm at it, the name of where I put that code, it should not be called migrate out of default zone anymore, right? This also places you in the world. Actually, so let's call it more generally, migrate player position. Because that's more, it's just placing the character in the world. If they fall out of the world, we place them back into the world. So that doesn't include the depth is part of the tile component. Do I migrate that somewhere here? I do. But that's only obsolete ones. Maybe I can update this a little bit. Hey there, Micode. Uh-oh. Little sparklies on top of my head means that it's getting dark and I need to adjust my camera's filters. I'm not used to doing afternoon streams where I have to adjust my camera. I adjust it too far, I melt away. Ah, if I don't do it enough, you can see the blue screen behind me. Hope we make do a nice compromise right there. Hopefully it doesn't get too dark. How are you doing, McCode? All right. I was in the middle of adding equipment slots to players, and I'm getting sidetracked by finding that I'm doing data migration in two different places in my code, and I want it to be in one place. Let me actually just call a halt to that and make it as a to-do thing. To do, need to unify all data migration under the migrate game method. Right now, there's some. We'll say it. We'll write it instead of in addition to saying it. Right now, some of this is still being done every time someone logs in, which is unnecessary. We don't want to do it. Yeah, I need to get out of the black hole, so I'll. What's the last change here? I just renamed that, but I also uncommented. I commented out something, right? This one. Let's not do that for now. Let's just not mess with that. Let me just commit this and get back to adding equipment slots, right? So, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna run all my tests while I check this in. So we're gonna do some multitasking here. We'll let the computer run all the tests. You go run the test, computer. While you do that, let me formulate the check in to Git. So this was my sidetrack being that so a lot of this is already done in the migrate game, so I removed it, right? So that's where it got removed. And this as well. There are two places. And it got added to here, migrate game position. And it was actually less work because most of the stuff that was removed was redundant. So what I want to do is stage this change. Stage this one. Not that. Do that. Do that one. Do that one. Include that hunk. And this one. And this much of this one. Right? Because the migrate equipment is the equipment slots stuff that I'm supposed to be doing. And this was the stuff that I got sidetracked doing. Okay. And that was necessary. Correct. Okay, so this is work in progress unifying game data migration. A lot of data migration is still done on player login, where instead it makes more sense to do it during game startup in migrate game, which has a nice name. So move over some of the migration that updates player position and inventory. Alright, so commit that. Okay. I broke a test, apparently. Or is this the new one I was adding? No, I broke some stuff. Fix character zeros on login. How did that break? There's still a 0. Okay. Should I fix that, or should I do that later? This was give player missing inventory. Actually, that should not have broken. It's just not doing it. Why not? Linked account with hidden points should be migrated. Maybe I should just not revert that commit, but stash it. So the way I would do that, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to just make a branch. Check out B unify migration. And then I'm going to check out master, and then I'm going to go into git k, and I'm going to reset master to here. Reset. I don't want to discard changes, so reset index true. Yes. Okay. And then that should undo all of the things I didn't. That's interesting. Why does it think it doesn't need to be rebuild? Oh, it put it back. Okay, so then I can just discard it, right? I can just stage what I want to keep. So keep that line. And the equipment stuff, which is, so this is just the new stuff. So all the new junk. Sure. Did I grab too much there? No. Well, thank you for that follow. This one. This is the new test, right? Stage those lines. Asked your wife if you could drink a beer, and she said no. Wait a minute, you can't drink a beer? Why not? She's the one who can't drink a beer. or is that a hint, Rally Monkey? She's like, hint, hint, I'm gonna need you to drive somewhere very soon. Oh, is this it? Is now the time, Rally Monkey? Rally Monkey's family's expecting very soon. Okay, I want to make sure that this is all the stuff that I don't care to keep. Correct. Okay, here goes nothing. Control J, gone. Control J, gone. This is the stuff I want to keep. Correct. Okay. So basically, I just backed out of some of the stuff that broke these tests because they're a distraction. We're going to rerun these tests again. It's just in this suite only, right? So I only need to run executor tests again. The only one that should fail is the new test. All right, yeah, that's... Oh, wait a minute. Something else broke. The points one broke. How did that break? Did I have another commit? I just forgot that I made another commit. It just said add missing comments, right? So how did I break it? How does this have to do with points being migrated? That's really weird. Okay, can I just stash this and build it again? That test should not be broken because I didn't. We're back to all I did today was add comments, right? Ah, I forgot where we were. I forgot about all the tests. Getting closer on the round the clock call. That's probably why she didn't want you to drink. She doesn't want to take an Uber to the hospital. Okay, executor test. Okay, so obviously there's something that I stashed that broke it. Either that or this test is flaky and it sometimes fails. Because I could have sworn that the only thing in that stash was the new test. Okay, I need to look more carefully. So get stash, pop. Let's look at it. Get GUI. My guess is accurate. Aha! Maybe there's something here in migrate equipment. All I'm doing is adding the empty slot. Why would this break it? This is really weird. Mysterious. Let me think. What? Maybe that test is sensitive to data migration on login. That's possible. That's actually very possible. So that just means that there's a sensitive test. So I should fix that separately. So this test is sensitive to things getting committed in a certain order, apparently. What is it actually doing here? Wait a minute. What? This is totally messed up. That's not even the right test. Ah. Okay, all along it was that the test explorer didn't even know what test I wanted to run. It ran the wrong test. It ran this test. It's not even that. It's not even running that test. It's running the wrong test. That's not the line it stopped on. Oh, wait a minute. It is. But it added the missing... Oh, shoot. Right. It's looking at the entire component. Really, the only thing it should look at is the fact that the points aren't there. Okay, that's what it is. So let's fix that right now to get this out of the way. Rather than doing that, it should just expect false that this does not have essentially the points anymore. That's the real thing we want to check. Don't want to check that the component is exactly whatever. It should just say that we no longer have the points stored there and not care about anything else. So make this test independent of the other work I'm doing. Okay, that makes more sense. So let's check that in, because that prevents the new work from breaking other tests. So this is fix test that was too sensitive to unrelated changes. Got it. All right. Now moving on. Back to what I'm supposed to be doing, which was the new slots, right? So actually I did the work, right? And that's why the test... No, I didn't do the work. The test is still failing. No, we have another test that's sensitive, apparently. Oh, yeah, it's the same deal. Okay. Wait a minute. What was the last change again? Line 81. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there were two tests. So let me just amend it. They both should say the same thing. Yeah, that there's no points anymore there. So, yeah, that's weird. Both tests have the same kind of condition. All right. Okay, run them all. Pretty sure I just need to amend the last commit and include this other test that was too sensitive. And now it's just a plural. Tests are too sensitive. Fix tests that were too sensitive to unrelated changes. So that's all I am committing. Okay. And the test I'll pass because the new one I added, which has main... This one right here is already done because we did that work there. Cool. So that's migrating existing. Now for the new ones. Back to that, right? This is where I got sidetracked before. I want to have a test where we add new slots. And so this will be... currently there are two places, and I'll need to fix this later. There should only be one place where it's a completely new player. But there happens to be two of them right now. One is if you didn't have a character at all and you log in, now it needs to give you those slots, right? So it's not migration anymore. It's players get equipment slots when really it's player characters get equipment slots when player without character logs in. I know, it's a long name. That's okay. So I need to find... Well, I don't need to find, but I'd rather cheat and find where one is added. Where would... Let's look at the names and find that. It's like on login again. This is it. Create character player if there is none on login. Actually, we can just modify this existing test, right? Because this has a full what to expect here. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to just update that existing test. So this should just now also require 3 more keys, the different slots. So that's, just be explicit about it. All of these need to be in here. So I'm going to do a multi-cursor trick here. So that, comma, enter, open, and looks like I messed up one of them, but otherwise we're good, I think. Mostly good. Some of these extra new lines there. There we go. Mostly good. And then hold on, all of these will be a null pointer. Like that. Sounds good to me. So now we need all these equipment slots added. I'm not gonna bother doing keys because they're all the names of the keys are already well named. Why is it not building? It's not building because there's no comma here. Funny how missing comma can throw everything out of whack. All right. Gonna fail that test. It's gonna say we expected to see neck, offhand, etc. It's not in there. So we were just looking at that, right? That was not here, not there, near here. It's with the player doesn't exist at all. Oh, down here. So I just need to add it. I'm gonna totally cheat and copy from the test itself. 'Cause why not? Boom. Done. You can't stop me. So now, if you happen to have a really old account that predates having characters, and you log in, you'll get these lovely empty slots added to your character when it's created. Okay, the last place... By the way, and I don't like doing this. This will be refactored later because it's going to force me to have this in multiple places. Really, it should be in just one place. It's in 3 right now, so there are going to be 2 refactoring steps. One to remove this entirely, so there'll be 2 places, and then down to 1. But right now there's going to be 3. And then the third one is new characters. So I probably already have a test for that, right? Create player. Subscribe. It's not subscribe. Unsubscribe. Player creation success. Okay, this is not checking. I need to test that when we create a player, make sure that it created a character too. It'll be in here somewhere. I'm sure it will be in here. If it's not, I'll be sad. There's a lot of create players, actually. Login success. I think because a lot of the common setup creates the character through a command, which is not the best, actually. Gosh, I hope I have a test that actually tests this. I would feel dumb if I didn't. Okay, I feel dumb. Unless it's in a different text fixture. No, it would be here, wouldn't it? Well, that's unfortunate. So there should be an onCreate player, and one of the things this does is it creates the character. Oh, wait. I know why there's no test. Because it funnels into this common onPlayer logged in, which creates the player if it didn't exist. Which we already... Okay, so there isn't 3 places. There is 2. But it is bad that I have this list here and the same list in the other place. Where's the other place? The other place was migrate game. This one. See, the same list is here twice. Bad. Bad that I have it twice. I'm not going to fix it now, though. I'll just say that the feature is done at this point because we already tested that last one. So let's go check it in. So there's where we add it in one place, and there's where we add it in the other place. And I had to update I had to update one test and create a new test. Correct. Okay, so this is add player character equipment slots. Server side. Server side is easy. It's going to be the client side. It's going to be a tricky one. So I don't trust myself. I'm just going to run all the tests. While I'm running the tests, I'm going to get ready to change the front end, and also I need to do the artwork. It's got to be done. We have to draw a suit of armor or a mannequin or something. And I'm going to have to like manually position slots in the foreground, right? So I'm thinking of just making one big div that maybe sits to the right of the normal equipment slots. And it'll have a background that looks like a mannequin. And then position within that div, like by absolute position or relative or whatever it is, I forget my CSS, I'll place the equipment slots like one near each hand, one near the head, one near the neck, one near the torso, one near the belt, one near the boots. And we'll draw in lines to make it look like the equipment slots are pointing to different places on the mannequin, and then so that it'd be visually obvious what slot means what. The other thing we can do is we can draw in the background of the equipment slot a little like icon, like maybe a sword for the main hand, and like a picture of a helmet on the head slot, that kind of thing. And what else do I need to do? We're going to have to go and find places in the game where we reference equipment slots by index and use slot types instead. Yeah, so where right now an integer is expected, we'll have to go and prepare the code to accept strings, and the strings will indicate an equipment slot. You know, it makes me think that it would be wise for me to push the equipment one level down. One problem with that though is then you have to change all the slots if you change any one of them. I don't like that. If I had one global list of what are the valid equipment slots. No, it needed to be forward compatible though. Oh, thank you, Mawe. I hope you have a nice day too. This is my first afternoon stream in a long, long time. I usually stream in the mornings for me. For me, it's now the afternoon. So I'm sure I will meet a lot of new people who don't see me usually. And if you are new, I have a minute and 45-second video that kind of gives an intro to what my stream is. I'm working on a game. It's using a custom game engine that I'm building live on stream. Here's what it looks like to be playing the game. So you're walking around in a maze here. It's inspired by the old Ultima games. And since it's a work in progress, really this is just a test area. There's no real content. These items don't really mean anything, although we've had fun. For example, New Year's Eve, I made this special item. Whoosh, boom, it's a firework. But the only real items that do anything in the game so far are the sword, which improves the damage you do when you fight enemies. And I have divided this area so that where's the other window? Here's the game master point of view. I divided this area so that my NPC named George doesn't go fight these slimes and distract me. But so let me move my character to the other side so I can demonstrate combat. There we go. We're gonna fight. It's me and you, slimes. There can only be one. I got one of them. I think I'm about to die. No, there can only be one. And I'm dead. I'm gonna respawn and get the heck out of here. So there's a little bit of combat. There's a little bit of dialogue too. And today I'm working on, since players only have just generic inventory slots, I'm going to work on adding equipment-specific slots. And the prep work I've been doing so far is to migrate existing accounts over. So if I were to build the release build of this game and bring it into the test environment, it should create empty slots server-side for me. there any sort of system for making a player move take more than one server tick? Yeah, it's called the move cooldown. So one of the bits of information attached to each character is this input component, and one of the things in the input component is a CD field, and that is the Unix time at which we accept the next input, if it's movement. And that regulates how fast you move. So right now, whenever you move, it takes the current time and adds a quarter second to that and stores it, and then it won't accept the next move until that time arrives. Discovered my stream about 6 to 7 months ago? Oh, cool. That's excellent. And I forgot to wave to you. Hi. I hope your name is pronounced Mawe, because that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, I also expect to pick up some new people, though, because this is a totally different time slot. Suppose that could be sort of simulate slow terrain. Yeah, so this input cooldown could be manipulated. So like if we were walking over rough terrain, we might add a half or maybe even a whole second to it to give the illusion of it being more difficult for your character to go through that terrain, right? I also would want to have some kind of audio or text feedback about that too, so you don't think that the game is just lagging. In the Ultimate games, what they would do is whenever you're slowed down by terrain, it would say something like, you struggle over the terrain. I forget exactly what exact words they were, but it would say something in chat to let you know that you're slowing down because of the difficult terrain and not because the game was lagging. Alright, I wanted to build that. It's built. So if I were to stop the servers and update their code and start them again, and the cluster comes back up, one of the first things the servers will do is now give my character equipment slots so we can verify that they exist now. Just had the thought the swamp would be squishy and slow. Yeah, so there would be two ways to support that. One is what we just talked about, in manipulating the input cooldown so that my character takes longer to get there. Same thing with these NPCs. And then the other thing I wanted to do was, if I were to show you, for example, the aggro search area of the slime that's at the top there, let me find which one of that. So that one right there. See how it's one more, every square is one more than the previous? These are the number of units of it would cost that monster to go from this position to up there, so 6 moves. So you could envision that I might modify the path searching to, instead of adding 1, adding 2 or 3 if it's traversing a swamp tile. So maybe it wouldn't even reach this far. It would only reach this far, and it would be 6 already right here. So manipulating the cost and the path finding and area searching can simulate can more accurately simulate terrain too. Like then monsters would if there was a straight path, they'd prefer going the straight path instead of through the swamp. So that's I think talked about when you look up Dijkstra's algorithm. It's a breadth first, but with a cost function that maybe it's more expensive to move through woods or swamps than bare ground. You're in Europe, it's 1:30 a.m. I know, it's pretty late for you. Currently deleting an SSD sold on the internet? Okay. The only way to securely delete an SSD is to overwrite. Yeah, you have to hit every single sector too, because the microcontroller and firmware on the SSD will actually shuffle the sectors around, right? So, yeah, and sometimes you have to overwrite it several times, don't you? With different patterns. And then doesn't it just make it a little bit more difficult for that data to be retrieved? Like a determined adversary could still recover it with some cost? Or there's a chance that they could recover bits of it? Yeah, you can't just assume that your stuff is safe when you delete all your files. It has to be randomized data. I thought it had to be like one pass of randomized data and then a couple more passes of like 5 and then AA or something like that. You know, to turn all the bits on and then off. Yeah, you can never be certain, but maybe you're certain enough for most purposes, right? Okay, so it should have migrated the data already, actually. I can just look at my character to make sure. So I should have under player, I should have a whole bunch of extra slots. Oh, look at that. Main hand, neck, offhand, ring, torso. So it worked. So I have the slots. The next thing would be to actually depict them in the game, and then I could... I also have to change the movement stuff so that when we try to move gold into the main hand slot, it should not let us, but when we move the sword into the main hand slot, it should allow it. As long as that sword is the correct type. And here's where my tools aren't so good. To see the sword, I have to go into the items, get that number out, paste it there, then fetch it, and then look at it here. So the type is sword. Okay, that's not so good. It really needs to be main hand. One problem I haven't thought of is how do I present two-handed weapons? That would be where you equip it in either hand, and then it appears to occupy both somehow, or it grays out or disables the other slot. I haven't figured it out yet, but right now I think I'm just going to stay that you can equip it in your main hand if it's a main hand type. All right, and what am I going to do first? The graphics? Sure, okay. I'm terrible at art. Prepare to laugh at me. So I'm going to look up, I don't know, suit of armor, image search. I just want a model I can base a drawing off of. How about this one? That's not so bad. And it gives space for separating the hands from the belt too. Actually, I kind of like this one better. Okay, that's going to be my model. And I'm going to start a sprite. Actually, I need to determine the size, the rough size of the area I need. So what I'm thinking is an area like that big. Yeah, so I'll take that as a screen capture and then do new file. And so that's the area that we're dealing with. And I want to start by deleting all the pixels, right? So delete, can I just delete? Can I erase? Okay, I want the, hold on. It's showing it in black, but what's the transparent color? Okay, maybe this already is transparent. Let me test this. How am I gonna test this? Put it behind something, or put it on top of something. Actually, this isn't black, is it? So we can just have it draw this, and it should not draw a black rectangle. So save this as assets. We're gonna call it how do you spell mannequin? I want to call it mannequin. Mannequin. Yeah, this is how you spell mannequin. So I'm gonna call it mannequin. And export it as a ping. But it needs to go not under assets, but public. Export. All right. So if I did it right now, I can, don't need that anymore. I still want that picture around. But, okay, so in the front end of the tool, I want to make a div for this. So go to character panel. All right, and in the character panel, we have the inventory. Where is that relative? That's this section, right? So maybe I need to go to inventory. So inventory right now is one div. And that div, I believe I have that div as a, right, an inline flex with wrap, and it has a max width of 480 pixels. So it does stuff like that, where it wraps them. So I want to put it to the right of that, right? So that means I want to introduce another level to this, right? Like a div class name equals, I guess just inventory. And inside of that div, put the titles. But then next to that, let's prepare a div where I have that image as a back. This is where I think I'll do it with, I'll try to learn how to do, I want to do it with a CS, using the mannequin as a background. And so it would be through CSS, right? So it has some kind of class name is equipment. And then I have to put this in CSS here. So the outermost one was inventory. Excuse me, I need to make that one a display flex. Why did I have inline flex? I forget why I did that. Oh, in combination with float and position determines the type. Oh, that's just saying what display is. I don't know why I had inline flex, but this one I wanted flex, right? Flex, direction, row. And this should be flex 0, 0, what is it? I forget the syntax. Let's just look for flex in CSS auto. And then the other one, which is character, actually it's the same, right? Flex 0, 0 auto. Or do I want to be very specific about this one? Like it should be, if I was specific, I would do it with width, wouldn't I? Or does the CSS set the width if I set the background? Let's check. I first need to look up how do you set a background with CSS. So CSS background image. I don't like W3 schools. I like MDN instead. Okay, so it's background dash image, and then you have URL. Okay, cool. So background image is URL, and then it would be, it's relative. Can I just say mannequin.j ping, right? Let's see if that works. Nope. Couldn't resolve it. Oh, it's in views, so I need to go up to, right? Falls out of source. Oh, then I need a slash in front to make it from the root, don't I? Yes, okay. And then I need to look at how it looks here. Okay, did it not make it wide enough? Is that the problem? Inspector. Yeah, it's not wide enough. Hold on. It's 0 pixels wide. So then I need to be specific about the width, right? So how wide was this one? 294. What if I round up to 300, a nice 300? Or should I be exact? 294 pixels. Probably should be exact, right? Width 294 pixels. And then that should have widened it. It did not. Is it because it's inside of a flex? So then, was it min width? I forget how to do this. Is this even reloading? What if I don't do a display flex here? Really, I don't really need it to be flex. How would I do this? Actually, why didn't this work? Does it need to be 1 there? It's not making that, it's still making it 0. Why is that? Is it not reloading the CSS that I'm telling it? Class name equipment. Where is equipment? It's not in there. Oh, it's characters. Equipment. Duh. Okay, there we go. And it's not transparent, so that's a problem. It's also not tall enough. So this probably didn't need to be a 1, right? Correct. But I need to have the dimensions matching the image. So 348 pixels. Okay, and then this is a problem with the CSS that I've ran into before. That's this, right? It has to be flex wrap. No, not flex wrap. Flex. What is it? I give up. Time for CSS tricks. Flexbox. This one. Use Linux only. There, where you can just do dd generate. Oh, yeah. That's one of the cool things about Linux and other Unix derived platforms is that they have useful commands like DD, which can be really good and really horrendous. There was a joke the other day where someone was giving a demonstration about how to crash their computer, and it was doing a DD where you do the same thing you just did. An input file is just random numbers. But then you set the output file to like the device that matches kernel memory. So basically overwrite kernel memory with random bits. I'm like, yeah, that'll crash your computer. Of course you have to run it with sudo and all that stuff. Align items is what I want. Align items, and it's flex start. And that should correct that problem. Okay, cool. So I just need to make sure, I need to somehow fix what I'm doing in Sprite to make the background transparent. I forget how to do this. Hey there, A squared. Twitch just broke sub streaks site-wide. All sub streaks for everyone in channels are now 0 months. Oh no! Is that why it shows you as just a subscriber? And about 20 minutes ago it said you were a 3-month subscriber? Huh. So they broke it in just the last 20 minutes? Way to go, Twitch. Okay, I forget how to, I should just look this up unless someone can tell me the answer. Yeah. Twitch, what you doing? What you doing, man? Okay, A sprite image background transparent. How to make images transparent. I don't want to watch a YouTube video. Okay. You can change the current by using the middle mouse button. Sprite properties option. Okay. Wait a minute, what? Middle mouse button in the color bar. Oh, I see. That little dot marks the transparent color. So why didn't it export it? Wait a minute, why is this up? Oh, that's funny. Can I move that around? I cannot move it for some because it's locked. I would like to move that up. I don't know how to do this. Can I just do that and just say, oops, that's not what I wanted. I want to lock that. Did I lose my own subscription? Let's see. Oh, you're right. I'm just a subscriber. I'm just a poor wooden gear now, or bronze or brass or whatever you want that color to mean for you. Okay. Sprite properties. Indexed. Transparent colors. Okay. So really, I don't want that color. I want that to be the but I want to modify that color to be how do I modify the color to be the alpha map of it? This is how I do that. There we go. I did it, chat. Although I don't have a pure black. Do I need black? Oh, there we go. I added black. How do I move them around? Oh, here we go. Sort. Can I just sort by... Okay, that'll work. Sure. That doesn't matter to me. Save that. Okay. And then export. Export. Yes. So now it should be transparent. Okay, nice and transparent. Okay, so now I get to draw stuff. How do I want to arrange these windows now to facilitate the drawing? So I want that image. And draw next to it would be nice. Actually, what I'd like to do is pull that as another tab. There we go. And then I want this window nice and big. Put in the background. I don't need such room in A-Sprite, right? I can shrink that. And I can bring this back over here. There we go. We're going to try to draw a suit of armor. All right. We can now laugh at me as I make an attempt to do this. So I'm going to do it in white. I'm going to make it, I don't know, 4 pixels at least boundary. And I'm going to, I don't know, proportionally, I want the belt to be here. So let me draw. Oh, that was bad. Not so curvy. Like that. And I want the feet to be down here. Actually, that's not the right place for it. Relatively, it's right around here, right? And then, that's a really pointy foot, by the way. Relative to the hip, it's off down here. You can feel free to laugh at me. It's okay. I don't mind. That's really thick. Too thick. All right, and then if the hips are there, the crotches are relatively here. And then there's a calf there. And this is basically straight down to the foot. This is horrible. I'm already regretting this. There's a knee in there somewhere. Wait a minute. Why did I draw the hip way over here and the foot down? Oh, my proportions are way off. Okay, back up. Let's erase this. Draw again. So the hip is actually a lot closer than I originally had. And this one is just bad. This one's more like straight down. And there's a knee here. All right. Can you drop the pick into the art program and trace over it? I'm trying to draw the way I've seen other artists do it, where they have the reference and they just try to draw from the reference and not do tracing. But I guess maybe I can give up at some point and just start tracing instead. Okay, there's going to be okay, this is not going to look so good. This is not quite right, is it? It's not horrible. It's just not very good. So there'll be a plate like that. Whoops. And then I'm going to have to shrink this down, I think. I'm not going to have enough room for the head. And then there's the arm comes down like that. Oops. I didn't mean to erase that much. There's the gauntlet right there. And then there's an arm that comes down like that. Offhand. What am I doing? Oh yeah. I'm trying to do it without tracing, but I think already I need to squish it down a bit. I can squish it in a second. That hand is like really weirdly drawn. It's like that. And then shoulder. Hold on. I guess we can do something like that. That goes up. There's like a rounded section there. And then there's a shoulder. It needs to be proportional. It needs to be a little bit higher here. Watch a programmer struggle with art. It's actually not that bad when I look at it. It actually looks like a humanoid. Pixel requires a lot of interpretation anyway. Maybe tracing won't help her. Maybe. I'm gonna need. This is way too big. I need to give room for the slots anyway. So let me shrink this down a bit. Was it shift when you hold down? Yes. So proportionally. So something like that. Right. And what happened there? I cut off his foot. Ow. Helmet. Erase a little bit off of that, and then there's to do that bell shape. It's going to be tricky. And then a visor. There we go. And I think the head's too big. Shrink the head. Shrink it. Whoops. Shrink the head down. I like that big, maybe? Let's fix it up. Touch up the shoulders here. This looks weird. I didn't do that right. There should be like... That should go like that. Maybe, that doesn't look quite right. Something like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly right. This bit just looks odd. What if I... make it look like there's a helmet there? That doesn't look too bad. I kind of like that now. It's kind of growing on me. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is a little funky. What if I just make that more... Let me redo the hand. I like that hand, but this hand looks odd. I think that's maybe too thick there. There, that doesn't look too bad, does it? All right, and so the foot kind of looks weird because I don't show where the boot ends and where. So this one looks okay, but it's just the depth there is missing. What if I just be a little bit more creative here, and I make that foot look like the other one? All right, I like that. I kind of like this little what would you call it? Accenting. And I should be a little bit particular about the belt. Maybe have or fine detail here. Let's draw a little diamond there, so that when we point to it, it's obvious what we're talking about. There's a belt there, right? Take the edge off of that. All right. Save that. And I'll fine tune this later. Really, I just want an outline that I can now point things at. So, the dimensions of a box, just for reference, let's put it into the drawing. It's 32 by 32, right? So if I wanted to draw a box that's 32 by 32, I would do it with this tool, right? And it says down there what the dimensions of the box are. So that's 32 by 32 right there. And if I'm going to drag that around and put it somewhere, where am I going to want to put stuff? So I have 8 slots, right? So there's probably makes sense to put them at the same X offset and just point to different things. So maybe this is where we would point from the offhand. So copy, paste, and then let's do the helmet up here. And then the main hand over here. And boots down here, I guess. And belt. Torso maybe up here. So I'm kind of like making this so they're not completely like random, but more more balanced. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Helmet, boots, torso. Oh, did I have legs as a... I should go back and look. What did I have? Head, torso, belt. Oh, ring. One, two, three, four, five, six. Ring, and what else am I missing? Neck. So, let's put... Hey there, Mike and Principal. I'm doing some drawing today. Stranger things have happened. I'm making equipment slots, so what do you think? This is my first art drawn from a reference. So there's my reference suit of armor, and I'm drawing basically a mannequin that makes sense what you're looking at and doesn't look like a jumble of spaghetti. So it actually looks like it might be a person, right? So I'm going to have equipment slots in my game like these, only they'll be arranged around the mannequin, and they'll be like have lines pointing, so it's obvious that if you drag something onto this, that you're equipping it in his hand. And if you drop it here, you're equipping it on your head. If you drop it here, you're putting it on your feet. Definitely might be a person, yes. Quality. Well, you want to hear my strategy? My secret strategy. I'm going to draw really bad artwork and show it to my daughter, who is an amazing artist, and she's going to be like, oh, I can do much better than that. Come on, I can't allow you to have that awful artwork online. And then she'll draw a much better version of this for me. And then it'll just magically, one day it'll be this awful drawing, and the next day it'll be a masterpiece of drawing. And then I'll say, yep, she saw it, she didn't like the way I drew it, and she replaced it. That's my strategy. Think your slots need a sub icon in them? Yeah, I thought about that too. I haven't done that yet, but we can totally do it because this is a background image that's going to be displayed behind the actual functional slots. So we can draw behind this, we can draw like in gray some kind of silhouette item, right? So totally going to do that. I'm just trying to arrange out what's what now. You like my strategy? Yeah? Just show it to a real artist who will be compelled to improve upon my drawing? Yeah, sounds good to me. Okay, where am I going to put... If this is on hand, off hand, where am I going to put ring? What if I put ring down below here? And just have that point to the finger. And that's offhand, on main hand. And let me move this one up. Let's give more space for this. This is like torso. And what was this one gonna be? Belt, I think. I kind of feel like that should be a little bit displaced and pointing down. I don't know what I'm doing. I can move these later. Never heard of that strategy working, but best of luck. This particular drawing is perfect as a placeholder. I think I did a pretty decent job, don't you think? I mean, the helmet's not exactly the same. This part of it looked pretty weird, and so I'm like, let's just close that off. I could have done better with the legs. I think the proportions aren't quite right. I think I think I got this wrong right here. Definitely there's some improvement. His arm is not straight. I could do better. But I don't know. I thought it would go much worse. How come I can't erase here? Oh, because I have to do that first. So if I were to improve upon that, I would draw. I needed to draw with the correct width here. 3 pixel width? Yeah. This is too curvy. That's the problem. It should like end there and just go straight down. Maybe not even that thick. Like this should be like that. The thing is, now I'm going to mess with it and it's going to not look so good. This is where my daughter would come in and say, "Stop messing with it. Looked fine. Now you're making it worse. The leg is killing you." Oh, your leg is killing you. I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you for being here. By the way, you should check out Mike's stream sometime. He's working on a game called Thrusty Ship. It's out now. It's in Steam and all that. I even have a link to it with the TS command. Let me go ahead and do that right now. The game itself is pretty awesome. The problem the game has is it didn't get a whole lot of notice and publicity. It's a kind of game that appeals to people who like to perfect things, who like a really difficult challenge. It's a bit twitchy. It's a controller-based thing. So if that sounds interesting to you, check it out. You haven't been streaming in weeks now? Because of the injury? I'm sorry to hear that. What happened to your leg? Well, you have to go. I don't want to keep you. I hope you feel better soon, Mike. Alright, did I get all the slots here? No, I'm missing one. What am I missing? Helmet, torso, belt, the two hands, the ring, the foot. Oh, the necklace. I think what I'll do is I'll have it on the same level as the head. I'll lower that one slightly, and then put its mate over here. And one will... Okay, so now if those are the placeholders for the slots, let's put in some lines. Sure, you can post a link, no problem. Please go ahead and do that. So, let's make the line thicker. Oh, let's read it. Hey there, Mr. Muffles, how are you today? Uh-oh, what happened to your foot? I can't tell what happened, but that doesn't look healthy. 2 broken bones? Torn ligaments? What exactly happened? Ouch. I'm sorry that happened, whatever it was. Oh, you slipped on the ice? Ooh. Ooh. You know what happened when my wife slipped on the ice years ago? She dislocated her shoulder. Ouch. Slipping on ice is not fun. My son fell on the ice snowboarding a few years ago, broke his arm. Ice is treacherous. Well, I hope it heals up quick and easy without too much more pain. So if that is the necklace, and that is the helmet, this is the torso, this is the belt, main hand, offhand, ring, boots. Plain enough? Probably could be improved. And enough of this cold nonsense. So Tim Baudet has the opposite problem. He's stuck in Florida where it's always too hot. You guys need to move near me in Southern California. Perfect weather. You like the evening Moo streams, Mr. Muffles? So I'll be having these on Wednesdays and Fridays from now on, for a while at least. So Monday, Tuesday, Friday morning, and Wednesday, Friday evening. Come to SoCal. Well, we sort of have seasons. We have the too hot season, we have the too cold season, and we have the just right season. See ya, Mike. Hope you feel better soon. All right. So, do I want to do the advanced graying out stuff, or do I want to just quit while I'm ahead for now? Florida has the hot season and the hot season. Yeah, exactly. So let me just quit while I'm ahead. I can come back to this mannequin image and add in gray the silhouettes later. Export that, and then that should show up in game now. Look at that. It's in game. The pixel ratios are off though. Why did? Oh, is it not 32 by 32? Hold on. What is this? What is that? Give me a new file, please. Paste it. What is this? What is the dimensions here? Oh, it's 42 by 42? Why is it 42 by 42? Wait. I don't understand. How did that become 42 by 42? Oh, wait. I know why. Because there is space there. If I inspect an element, there is a margin there. There is a margin of... It's 32 by 32 there, but that's 46 by 46 externally because there's a 5 pixel padding in every direction. Okay, so I need to update... does that add up? 32 plus 10 is 42? Yeah, it does. So I need to go back to mannequin. These all have to be increased in size. So let's erase this and let me draw a new one, which is 42 by 42. From here. 42 by 42. Here we go. I'm glad I gave myself some margin because I knew I'd screw something up. All right, so that is that. And let me just wipe these out. I'll just overwrite them with the copy, and I'll use the bottom left as an anchor. Actually, I should do the top right as the anchor for this one. Grow them in a certain direction, right? So that one grows anchor bottom left. Let's make that one just like the one to the right of it. Same here. Same. Oh, I did these all wrong, didn't I? Bottom right should be the anchor. We're fixing them. Okay, so then grab this box. Copy. Then paste and just drag them over and line them up. Paste. Paste. And then over to the right. I'm glad I gave myself some room there. Oops, I messed that one up. Down to here. There we go. Save. Export. Yes. And the cool thing is it loads automatically. Okay. How does that look? Helmet, necklace, torso, belt, main hand, offhand, ring, foot. I like it. Okay, so then the next step would be to, on inside this div, absolute position a bunch of 8 different actual slots. So I need the offsets of all the top left positions of these, right? So I just need to look at the numbers. That is 4 by 24. So let me actually just write this down somewhere. What was that? That was neck. 424. 3 to 4,000 points should be redeemed for a beast petting. The beast is gone. Hey, look. He's not there. He's so sad. We can't pet him when he's off lurking somewhere. But I like your idea, Mr. Muffles. I'm gonna give you a useless channel point for that. Let me put that in the notes. So to do, add 3 to 4K. Actually, let's just paste what you put there. There we go. I like it. I know he's a busy cat. Schedules and all that. Do I need my reference? I might want to look at it someday, so let me actually just save it locally. Save image as... do I want to check it in? I'll just put it on my desktop. Just figure out what to do with it later. And let me make sure it actually got saved. Yep. And I don't need it anymore. Okay, so that was the neck. So the torso is here. 4 by 94. Next was the main hand. 4 by 166. And then foot is down here. 4 by 261. Or is it feet? It is feet. I need to be specific. I don't need to save that yet. Okay. And then on the other side, we got the helmet. 246 by 24. I might have to add one actually, right? Oh no, this I don't have to add one. In fact, I'll probably need to expand this out one more because it's the inside area that has to be. Oh, wait a minute, no. No, this is on the border, so we're good. I think. This is 42 by 42. Hold on, I still might have a problem. What was this? That was the inside dimensions. Okay, so it is a problem. I need to make it actually match up with this size. I don't know what the dog's barking at, but she's sure barking. 44 by 44. Ooh. Okay, one more try. I got to extend these two more. Oops. Okay. Erase. Yeah. Someone go back in time and tell me it's got to be 44 by 44. Sure. This side. Let's do this side. And that. And then these. That's growing up. And up. All right. One last try. For science. 44 by 44. That. Grab that square and paste it onto all these other squares. There's probably lots of better ways to do this than the way I'm doing it. Probably, but I don't know. I just kind of do things that work for me. Okay, save that. File, export, yes. It reloads, and those look a lot nicer now. Let me grab that just to look at it. Here. Close, don't save. File, new, okay, paste. All right. That's thicker, that's why it does that. If I just grab, whoops, grab that, copy and paste, that fits right in place. So it's going to be overridden by the actual border of the real HTML element. And so the coordinates I want are actually one up and one to the left of that, right? Yep. Or wait a minute, I need to be very precise about this. What's the actual coordinates of this box here? Where is the position of it? Actually, if I'm off by 2, I'm off by 2, right? Isn't that how programming always works, doing it how it works for yourself? I guess so. See the little pixie dust? That's because it's getting dark where I am, and it's really hard for my camera to filter out dark blue stuff. Okay. I have to get another beer soon. Okay, back to work. These coordinates are all different now, right? Boop. 2 by 22. Torso. 2 by 92. Main hand. 2 by 166. Feet. 2 by 259. Head. 246.22. All right, and then this was belt. 247.94. So off by 1 pixel there. Off by 1 pixel. And then this is offhand 166. And then ring 247 by what? 219. All right. So those are the different coordinates. Let's see if I can add some floating equipment slots to line up with that. So that's in inventory.js. And inside of this, we're going to have 3 divs that are absolutely positioned, right? Let's see if I can do it in CSS. So it's not divs, it's draggable items, isn't it? It's draggable. Let's just copy this. And then here's where I got to introduce keys that are keys and slots and index, so which are not numbers. So these two are no longer indexed. They are strings. Do I need to put them in? Can I do that? I think I can do that. So the first one was neck. Let's just do one of them. And so that's neck. All right. What's slot? Slot is what? We're mapping... What are we mapping here? I need to look at draggable item to see what slot means. I think that's the tile to draw inside. Yes. So there'll be it's the actual item in there. So we don't have any items, so for now we'll just make it null. All right. So I think the key to do this is to actually give it a class and call it equipment neck. And then we will try to absolutely position this. Okay, here, right? First of all, what does it look like? I actually don't see where it's drawn, if anything. Is this not correct? Is it drawing it off to the side and I'm just not seeing it? I actually don't even see where it is. Wait a minute, why did it put it there? What? I don't understand what it's doing. That does not make sense to me. Oh, wait a minute. Are there other classes that are involved in draggable item? Okay, there's style applied to it directly. With 32, okay, the outer div isn't sized? Oh, are these sized by their container? So inventory... Hold on, where would that be? This? Yeah, that's it. So... Shoot. So that needs to be copied then. Yes. I guess we can put it here. Equipment div is also solid to... Okay. How's it gonna... See, it's drawing it too wide. What's setting the width? Oh, the thing inside, right? Oh, but it's stretched because it's a certain kind of container, right? It's the display element, right? This is where I don't know how to do this correctly. Do I just display absolute? It's not this. What is it? I forget how to do this. Let's look it up. I have no idea what I'm doing. CSS absolute position. All right, let's read this. Position absolute. Okay. And then you can set the top. Okay. Do I need to have anything in the parent? I guess it doesn't matter. So, but absolute is absolute for the whole window. I remember this. It's relative, right? Now what does that do? That, okay, that didn't do anything. Absolute. Not doing anything either. I know my chat is covering part of this. I'm sorry about that. I really want to see is... It's not showing me all of the CSS, is it? Am I not saving this correctly? Equipment, right? And that's... Oh, there's a trackable... No, but that should resolve to a div inside of the div. Oh, there it is. Wait a second. Oh, that neck... The class name didn't translate over. Shoot, how do we do that? How do I take that class name and attach it inside to that? Or to this, really? I think I need to pass it in as a prop, don't I? So I need to actually have class name outside here. Class name. And they say class name equals class name on top of here, right? Class name equals class name, like that. Okay, there we go. Getting there. So now it's a relatively positioned... No, it's absolutely positioned. So what's the difference between absolute and relative? Relative. What does relative do? Okay, relative is not what I want. I want absolute. So I guess I just put in the coordinates I had before, right? Top is, this was neck, right? So 222. 22 pixels, left 2 pixels. It didn't work. Oh, we put it way over here. Okay, do I want relative then? Okay, positioned it, but the size isn't right. Do I need to say width is in this case it'd be 44 pixels? No. 32? Which one do I want? 32. There we go. It's actually a little bit too big. Stop that, Windows. What did it actually do here? It made something that's this big. 46 by 46. How big is this one? 46 by 46. Okay, so that... Wait a minute. Did I do that right? Oh, it's off by 1 though. So I need to go back 1. All right, so it's 21 and 1. Perfect. So now it's completely lined up. Absolute ignores the flow of the other HTML elements. Relative will set it relative to... That's what I want. I want it relative, yes. I just needed to fix the width. How did you get VS Code to recognize .js as React? How did I do that? Configure the settings. So I have it on auto detect. I think it has to do with the plugins I have configured. So it's probably one of these plugins that does it. I would guess it's Prettier or Sublime Babel. Yeah, one of those two. Either Prettier or Sublime Babel figured it out for me. Didn't make it .jsx. Yeah, it's been a while, like over a year since I set it up. It's probably one of these two extensions that allowed it to it's in auto detect. What happens if I go there? Yeah, it's just there's a JavaScript React detection somehow. I don't know how to do it. So it was just empty before. I don't know, it just auto detects. I'm guessing it's one of those extensions that I'm using. Unless it's in here somewhere. Dot Java, no, JSX. The other thing it could be is don't save that. Could it be in the file name associations? JS? No. I added that myself. Yeah, I didn't have to configure anything, so it must have been the plugins that I'm using. Guessing? Okay, so I just need to add the other slots now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tedious, but necessary. Okay, so neck. What's next? Torso. Main hand. The order really doesn't matter. Feet. If I was smarter, I could probably do this once with a list. I can do this. Yeah, what am I doing? I should just do this more smartly. I should have a list of equipment slots, including their, the positions. I don't need them to be in the CSS, right? I could just attach them, I could attach these all directly. So I can actually move this position relative into here. And the width too, because we know that is true. And the top and left I can just apply directly. So that's what I'm going to do. So we will have const, what do I want here? Just a list. So equipment is an array. And the array has things like name, neck, X, 1, Y, whatever it was, 21. And then just repeat this. Actually, let's just keep it at 1 for now. And then this would be equipment.map type to draggable item. There we go. Neck, torso, map. Yeah, exactly. Kiko. And hello, by the way. And also, hello, Mick Fulton. I don't think I waved to you before. And I never did wave to Mike. He's already gone, but a wave after the fact is better than no wave at all. So, well, using any React boilerplate package like create React app. Yeah, so that's what I started this project with. Whatever create React app did, it set it up. I think it included prettier, and that's probably how it's recognizing it as React. So that means I don't know how to do it, which I don't strictly like 100%. One of these days I'll go back and try to construct a project like this from scratch to understand what create React app did for me. Okay, so I will need to construct this dynamically, right? And so this will be a type. Actually, no, I'm not doing that anymore, am I? If I did, it would need to be inside of that, right? But I'm not doing that anymore. There's no class name. These places will have that string. This just directly type, and here it's type. But I need to apply the style myself directly. That means draggable item really didn't need this class name prop, did it? But it would need a style prop. Style. Style equals style. And I want to do something like that, don't I? I want to do something exactly like that. Too much punctuation here. There we go. Style equals that, and it's not width and height anymore, it's left and top. And so here it is, this isn't quite right, is it? It should be type, comma, XY. Really, it's name, not type. And then that needs to be in parentheses. There we go. And then X is that many pixels. Y is that many pixels. All right. There we go. So it's there. So I could drag into it. And it just put it over. It exchanged. It doesn't work because the backend doesn't understand what neck means. You like how the arrows become actual arrows? So that's the font that I use. And the way you'd set that up, that's Fira code. If you have that font installed, then you go to your preferences and you set editor font ligatures to true. So any font that has font ligatures, you just set it to true in there, and it will apply them. So that font happens to have different ligatures like those arrows. I kind of like it. Not everyone does. All right, so now all I really need to do is add to this table, right? Nice and easy. So we have torso. Actually, let's just pull in what I had here. Maybe I can mangle this into place. So there's the original data, right? Let's put a bunch of cursors in there. Obviously, want name, colon, boom, go over a word, comma, delete, X, and then over one word, Y, colon, end. There we go. Oh, and I'm going to need to subtract one, because these will all be off by one, right? Oh, some of them are really messed up. How did that happen? Are they doubled? Did I double those by accident? It is 92 pixels. Where is it here, then? Where is that? Top 92 pixels. But that's... What is that actually? Is it scaling it? I hate it when things scale. I told you 92 pixels! Why are you putting it there? Okay, we don't want that. New... Okay, and paste. Where is it actually putting it? That should be 94 because that's really... Oh, wait a minute. This is off, isn't it? Wait a minute. Hold on. This is the original, and it was at 21. Okay, so that's 23, so we're off by 2. 92, then? This is at 92? Yes. Where did it actually put it? It put it way down here at 140. Why did you do that? Why indeed? Nice to see the horizontal coordinates are all correct. What about on the right side? Okay, the horizontal coordinates are all correct, but not the vertical ones. The vertical ones are off by, like, some proportion, for some reason. Why is that? Why would that be down there? What if I put 2? Ooh. Why? Is it not relative to its parent? Is it relative to something else? I bet it's... Yeah, it's like positioning it relative to its sibling or something. Relative to each other? Not quite. Is it relative to some other previous calculation of its siblings? I don't understand. I'm guessing it has to do with the style of its container, which I don't have it set right now. Maybe I should do that. Display, what do I put in here? Oh, instead of top and left should be. Ooh, you're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably right. So that's easy to fix. X, Y. What did that do? Hold on. What did he do? That's weird. No, that didn't work. Good guess though. If I like made okay, let me take hold on. I'm getting disorganized here. If I made that one like 12 and then it didn't affect the next one. I think it has to do with the display of its container. But what do I set the display of this to? Is that what I want to do? I don't want to generate a box. Contents? Ooh, that's wacky. That's obviously, it obviously affects it somehow. What can I set it to? Inline? Nope. None? Then it vanishes. Block. Parent must be set to relative, then you can position children absolutely. Oh. So I don't need to set the position, I can just do position relative. That didn't seem to do anything. I mean, what's weird is they're horizontally positioned correctly. They're just vertically positioned very strangely. Yeah, it's like they're not clashing with each other. Okay. CSS freely position children in container. One key thing to remember when trying to position a child relative to his parents is that the child should be given the CSS property position absolute and the parent set to position absolute or position relative. Okay, so I didn't try that yet. Child's absolute position is absolute or relative. Oh, that did it. So the parent, if you don't set position relative, then the children all are absolute to the coordinates from the window origin. But if you set the parent's position relative and you don't set the child's position to absolute, then they're all being allocated space relative to each other. But if you set that to absolute and the container to relative, then we get what we want. This is why I hate CSS. It like makes no sense to me. I'm sure it makes sense to the designers of CSS and people who get experience with it, but to me it makes no sense. Anyway, so if I did this right, then if I'm looking at the messages that are sent to the game messages, so if I drag the chicken over to here, It should be move inventory item from 4 to neck. Correct. And let's put this back. If I move it to down over here, it should be ring, right? Ring, okay. And then over here is belt. Okay, so the front end is telling the back end what it wants. It's just the back end doesn't understand what these slots mean. So that would be the last step. Oh, wait a minute. No, there are two more. So the back end needs to understand that we want to move stuff to those slots, and it also has to tell us what's in those slots as part of the inventory message. So I can do either one first. Doesn't matter which one I do. But let's check this in. This is an incremental step. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. This really is independent. So draggable item except style prop. Okay, and this all went together, right? This is adding equipment slots with mannequin. Okay, so front end add equipment slots with mannequin. Commit that. All right. So let's do the part where the server tells the client what's in those slots. That is the inventory message. So there's a test for it here. Inventory published, an item pickup message sent when changed. That's too complicated. Let's do something simpler. Inventory published, okay, that's the same one. Are all these in the same test? Inventory published when slot added. An item in player inventory changes. I thought I had a simpler test for this. I guess I don't. There's no test that the inventory is told to the client from the very start? Weird. Okay, well, actually all of these are going to need to change because right now they just say inventory, but we're going to be adding things for all the equipment slots, right? So let's put that expectation in here now. So there's going to be a bit of copy paste, unfortunately. Bookmark that, and let's look for neck. And here it appears with all the other. So these are all the keys I care about. So paste them there. Actually, that's literally what I want, right? I might want to indent. I might want to put it inside of something called equipment. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Equipment is a JSON. Oops, that's a comma in C++ land. Object that has all these things in it. Yeah. All right. And we're going to want to put that in all the places where inventory. So there, and here, and here, and here, and here. Okay. Do I want a special test for inventory, for equipment slots? Probably. Maybe just modify one of these. I hate having tests do more than one thing, though. Really, I shouldn't. This one doesn't even care about an equipment. I'll come back and refactor this later. That's what I'll do. Right now, I'm going to make a special test for putting something, for if something is in your main hand or something. I don't need to test all of them. I just need to test one of them. Okay, here we go. So this test will be called publish character holding sword. Sounds good to me. So fidget spinner is going to be sword entity. And this item is a iron sword. There's one of it. We should, just for completeness, we should say its type, and I forget if it had a key or not. Ooh, I had a type, and I also had a name. we should not be using n there. Should be doing that. I should probably be doing that throughout this whole file. Oh, except for there. Shoot. Actually, no. We want it there too. Right? Yep. Okay, so probably all the places in this file where there's an n, it needs to be replaced by that. So, can I do a search replace here? I can. Replace all. Done. And then Q is really item quantity. Q. Quantity. Yay. Fixed everywhere. All right. So iron sword, there's one of it, and I wanted to add the type. Just for completeness. Type is main hand. That makes it legally equipable. So, yeah, we'll have the tile in there. Doesn't matter what these numbers are. Create the player with their character, and then put the sword not in their inventory, but in their main hand. Alright, given that, when do we get the mess? Actually, it's on login, isn't it? As a consequence of logging in, we get that message. Where does this actually throw away the initial message? Or do we have to ask for it? Okay, let me look this up. How do we get our initial inventory? We get it here, send player inventory. How do we get it to call send player inventory? Send, okay, that's not useful. Unsuccessful client, so it's just sent to us every single time. After we're logged in, we get our inventory right away. So does that mean that this login thing is just dropping it? Yeah, it's resetting it. Okay, I don't want to do that. Guess that means I have to call this myself. Dang it. I hate calling other helpers that I don't need to call. Maybe I can... Oh, you know what I can do? I can be tricky with this. I can make... is that declared somewhere? Yes, it is. I can make another optional parameter here. Reset message receiver. Default to true. Right? And then... only if that is true do we do that. I just need to all the arguments are now required down in this test. So those are the arguments. I have player, I have the ID, I have the name and address, I have the password. These are the ones I need defaults for. So go to that declaration, let me grab the defaults. It's empty string and true. Empty string, true, and then we don't want to reset the message receiver. Got it. And then I don't actually care about that, do I? We're just going to do that, and that actually is the act. The act is logging in, and as a consequence of logging in, we get our inventory. So I don't care about any of the other things here. They can all go away. And we're waiting for our messages. How many messages are we going to receive? That is a tricky one. Actually, don't know. 2, I think. One is the login is successful, and the other one is our inventory. So I would have to say we were waiting for 2 messages. That was an extra parameter here. Number of expected messages, 2. Okay, so after we get our messages, I think I just want to look for the inventory message. So bool inventory message found is false, expect true for inventory message found, and in the middle of it, for const auto message in, how does this work? Get player messages received. They are JSON objects. So if message type equals inventory, then inventory message found is true. And then we can expect equal JSON. Actually, I only care about the sword, right? So it should be a sword entity. Should be in message main hand. Or actually, it's message equipment main hand, right? That's all I really care about. And all the rest of this test can go away. All right. Build that, and this will fail with this expectation only, I think. What did I mess up? I messed up something. Oh, I know what it is. I get weird JSON things if I do expects and I don't cast things correctly. So that's an int. Yep, I guessed it. It's officially 6 o'clock my time. 3 hours into the stream. I got 1 more hour. At least 1 more hour planned. Did I ever update the current task? I didn't, sort of. That's what we've been doing for the last 2 hours. Do I want to be more specific? Actually, technically I finished that literal task. What we're doing now is updating the game to include equipment slots in inventory messages. That's exactly what we're doing. Just including them in the messages should be enough. Okay, so it built. Run the test. It should fail on just that one so that's the only expectation we cared about. Everything else passed. So that means the framework is actually getting the inventory message. We're just missing the new thing. Excellent. So I need to go where that is actually generated now. Inventory. Here we go. We were looking at it before, right? This one. Send player inventory. Right. So we're doing this for all slots. I want to abstract this away because we're going to do it for all the equipment too. Oh, here we're going to have a copy of all the equipment slots. Shoot. I'll have to refactor this later. I hate having copies of all the equipment slots, but we're going to need it here. Do I have another book? I do, but that's not the right one. Search for main hand. This is the list I care about right now. So, I hate having to do this, but we're going to do it for now. That there will be a, after this is done, we're going to have yet another copy of the equipment slots. I need to refactor that out. Because we're going to go through each one of these and pick that out of the player component and then do the guts of this again and put it in here under equipment. And now that I think about it, these should both be standard move. So we don't need to copy those. We can just put them in place. And so this is also, this is not an array actually. This is an object. Equipment, and we're going to loop through for const auto equipment slot in equipment slots. I can't spell right now. There we go. All right, and then I'm going to want to do the same kind of guts. So I need to extract the guts out of this. Okay, really it's when we get the entity, it's how to turn it into an object, right? And then we always, are we always adding it? We are always adding something. Okay, so I'm going to take and extract this out as another, as a function of some kind. So it's going to return a JSON value. What are we going to call it? Encode item. Fair enough. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Paste. So outdent. So obviously we need an entity. Is that all we need? So instead of adding null pointer, we're going to return null pointer. And I have a built-in conversion from null pointer type to JSON value, so it's a JSON that holds a null JSON value. Okay, so we need, actually, if it was a member of impl, then I wouldn't need this impl, and I can directly peek into components, right? So if I make that coordinator ECS encode item, then it can do that directly, right? Oh, actually, no, impl is a member of that, so I need the impl in front. So, that needs to be declared. So let's declare it. Go to the declaration of that. Yes, go there. And we'll just add it here. Paste. Whoops, what am I doing? Like somehow I mashed the keyboard and that happened. So I'm not going to comment it yet because I'm lazy. I'm just going to paste it there. So now it's all resolved. Okay, we need a player ID, but that's only for this message. Do I care? I don't know. It could also be an index. Okay. It could be an inventory slot or it could be an equipment slot. So which one is it? Actually, you know what I can do is I could just not call it if the entity is 0. And then but when this returns null, the error message could be included. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. This is where it will return null pointer. Here it will return slot. Then down here I will do that and then say const auto slot equals encode item entity. If slot dot get type is JSON value type null, then it's an error. Otherwise, add slot. There we go. I am streaming late, EJ. How are you doing? I have switched my schedule around. Monday, Tuesday, and Friday are my morning streams now. I start around the same time I usually started in the past. But I added I made Wednesday a evening stream or afternoon stream, and I added another stream on Friday. My goal is to work it around the schedule of being a stay-at-home dad, so that I still stream like a target of 20 hours a week, but I can't always stream at the same time anymore because I'm driving kids around now. Because they started one of my kids started in another school, and I have to drive them to and from that school. So it conflicted with my old schedule, so I had to shuffle things around. I am doing great, EJ. How are you? Did you guys know that the Adam EJ emote like pretty much represents everyone? And when everyone or EJ is in your channel, it's like a good luck charm. So happy you're here, EJ. So yeah, one more beautiful voice ASMR with Raimu. That's you. When are you gonna stream next? I want to see more. Dang it! I want to see more Euro Truck. Or is it Euro Trucker? I can't remember. Oh, I forgot to wave to you. Look, it's my special Raimu wave. Okay, if you didn't guess it from the thing over my head, I am I am updating my game to include equipment slots. Look at my awesome Adam art that I drew today, EJ. Based off of this reference picture, which I will make, whoops, not that one, this window. Based off of that reference picture, I drew that little mannequin, and then I added equipment slots around it to point to various parts of your inventory. The goal today is to add in equipment slots, so by the end of today, hopefully I can drag my sword over to this slot and actually stick there, and it will now, whatever you put there, it will be your currently equipped weapon. It looks like I'm off by a pixel. I am off by a pixel. The horror. I'll need to fix those. That one's correct, but these are all off by one. I can see it. And now I can't unsee it. Probably not streaming for a while. Oh, feels bad, man. It does rule. That's that. Euro Truck is how we learned that Paris is in Italy, right, everyone? Anyway, that's what I'm working on today. So this is the part of the code that tells the player what's in their inventory, and it only works with these slots now, and I'm trying to make it work for these slots too. So these are numbered slots, and these are key name slots now. In your defense, you're reading the labels at once. I know, but we can never let you get out of it now. It's gonna be a meme, officially. Called the 1 pixel hell? Yeah. Fortunately, it's in one nice spot. I can fix it now if I wanted to, right? It was in this list. These all became ones. These are probably just subtract one, right? So if I just fix them all now, we'll be done with it. So let's see. Ah, yeah, it's perfect. It's perfection. This is the internet. Yep. I see it. You'll never escape it. You'll be running for president one day, and then a reporter will raise their hand, and you'll be like pointing to them, all dignified, wearing a nice suit, and the reporter will say, "Why is it that you think Paris is in Italy?" And then you'll be like, "That again? Can't we let that to rest? Give that some rest." I just know it. One day this will be so. Okay. For each slot, we want to look it up, right? So it's the same kind of thing as this, only slightly different. Entity will be not from inventory entities, but we want to pull from the player, so we need more information. I'm going to need to actually, let's pull, instead of inventory entities, let's pull directly from the player component. And we'll say the inventory entities, const auto inventory entities, is a player component items. And let's just look where this is defined and update the thing. So, oh, I actually have a key for it. What's this? Pocket watch? Howdy. How are you doing? Is this Andy who's rating me? Pocket watch is still a duo stream, right? And now it's an Earth sim that you guys are working on now, right? Hey there, Shuffly Pie. How are you doing? This is I see. It's Andy. So yeah, Pocket Watch is a duo stream. You should definitely check it out if you haven't seen it before. They're working on an Earth sim these days. Fly Pie. Okay, not Shuffly. All right, there's 2 O's. Correct. Welcome to my stream. If you haven't been here before, I have a little, almost 2-minute long, but not quite, video that kind of gives like a brief intro. You don't have to watch it, but if you want to, it's there. I'm working on an online game using a custom engine. A lot of it's in C++ with some Lua, and in the front end it's JavaScript. This is what it looks like. We just added this today. It's not functional yet, but I'm working on it. It's just me working on it. I'm not an artist, so please excuse my horrible artwork. But this is one of my first attempts to take a model and draw based off of a model. And I think for a first attempt of a non-artist, I did a decent job. But, you know, feel free to laugh at me. This is the mannequin that represents your character. The idea is that I'll want to drag this weapon over to this slot because it's what he's holding in his hand. And like if you got a helmet in the game, you would drag it to this slot, that kind of thing. So it's how to equip your character. So the game is inspired by Ultima, like Ultima 5, Ultima 4, back from the 90s. And so it's retro. Only for mine, it's online. So if we were looking at the production server, we might see other characters walking around if they logged into it at the same time. So you get the idea. It's a retro style 2D art. You walk around in the game world. You interact with things. Here's some monsters we can fight. This happens to be an avatar of the GM who's sitting up here, who can see through walls and go through walls and everything. We have NPCs. Some of them are hostile. Others are nice and they have names and you can talk to them. The engine's still under construction, so there's not any game content, but feel free to log in anyway and play around there. working today on expanding the item system in the game. It was very, very basic. You just had a bunch of slots. You there was a concept of you could be equipped with a weapon if it was just somewhere in your inventory. Now we're making it more like what games should have, where in addition to just the general items your character has, you could equip them in different slots. That's what we're working on today. Already 10 times better? Oh, thank you very much. But my daughter, who's much better at art than I am, will probably look at this and laugh at me, and I deserve it. How do you open doors? You can't yet. I'm sorry. We will get to opening doors one day. I can show you what's in behind those doors. It's not anything exciting. You're probably talking about in the starter town. Yeah, there's nothing in there. Nothing really. There's some columns and stuff. But yeah, otherwise they're empty. The idea with this is that after you come out of the initial sewers, which is like the tutorial experience, that this would be the first town area, and then this is where the story elements would kind of pick up. And this would also be sort of a quest hub, so I envision that these would be little shops that have different things you can get, or if you have stuff you want to get rid of, you could sell them here. It's just a general idea. I don't have much story elements yet, still working on the engine. Can I approve your name? If you are logged in through Twitch, I will. I'm trying to be really careful and only approve names. Oh, and you are logged in through Twitch, so I will approve your name. There you go. So yeah, I can actually go and find you in the game. There you are. You're being hit by monsters. And let me give you a special item to thank you for playing out the game. So let me clone this item to there. I will show you what it will do, because I have some in the test environment here. If I hit U for use, actually that's a bug, and I use it, there's a firework in-game. That was for my 300th stream, which was also New Year's Eve. My viewers convinced me to make fireworks. How do you hit them back? So it's Q for attack, and then you can either click or you can use a directional key. So here I am in the test environment. Works the same in production. Go around here, hit Q down, Q down, Q down, and hopefully if I do this enough, they die and I don't. Actually, I wonder why he was very resilient. This one's more of a pushover, and then G to pick up. So the user experience elements have a lot more work that I need to work on them right now. EJ, everyone is correct. It's U for bug. Yeah, you can either click down here, attack, so you can just use the mouse, or there's the keyboard. And I haven't put key bindings, a key binding editor thing in there, so right now it's all hard-coded. This is all very early user interface, so you'll have to excuse the mess while we assemble a game. And how long will it take me to finish this? Probably another 6 months to a year. So you're seeing like maybe the midpoint of making the engine. If you were to look back at the old VODs that I've exported to YouTube, I basically started from nothing, and I'm building this thing one little element at a time. And some stuff is really quick, other stuff is really slow. Like getting the AI scripts for these monsters to work was painfully slow, and I still need to go back and redo it because it's buggy. But you'll see me working on a different aspect of either the front-end user interface or the back-end server logic each time I stream. Come a long way, yeah. So it's hard to see from stream to stream, but if you like jump from 1 month to the next, you'll notice, oh, there's a whole lot of stuff here that wasn't here before. And I've been meaning to make like recap videos, like one per month, covering each month, but I'm kind of like 5 months behind on that. Sorry about that. One of these days I'll catch up. Thank you for that follow. So let me make sure that I didn't skip any questions. Such a sassy knight. Yeah, he looks full of himself, doesn't it? I don't need your email when you sign up, Liz Live. The email is optional, and it's only if you lose your password and you want to recover it. If you actually log in through Twitch, I don't use the email at all. Because you will never need to reset your password because there is no password. You just logged in through Twitch, right? You lost all your gold. I'm sorry. Actually, that's a lie that Twitch says when they show you that dialogue. I can actually show you the logic behind that and the scope that I request. Let me find that. That would be in the front end. Where would that be? OAuth? That's not called OAuth. What's it called? JWT stuff? Authentication? Now I have to remember how this works. It'll be the front end or the back end. It'll be the front end, right? It'll probably be the login with Twitch. Let's look for log with Twitch. We'll find it because it's important to me that we show that. Login with Twitch. Login with Twitch button, yes. So that goes to game connection. So we use the authorize endpoint of Twitch's OAuth, and the only thing we ask for in scope is OpenID. OpenID does not give me access to your email address. Let me look that up and see exactly what does it give me access to. Where would I find that? So Twitch, OAuth, OpenID. Authentication. So it is the where was it again? Getting tokens OIDC. We're using the implicit call flow, right? Right. OAuth to authorize. So the scope of OpenID. Where does it list the scopes? OpenID. That's if we're using the v5. I'm not using the v5, right? I'm using id.twitch.tv. So I'm not asking for user read email scope. I'm only asking for OpenID scope. So the JWT I get back does not have your email address in it. So when Twitch says that I'm asking for your email address, they're lying. I am asking for OpenID scope. And I only need the ID token. So there we go. If someone could tell me how to tell Twitch not to say to users that we're granting access to email, that would be great, because I definitely don't need your email address. I only want to verify your identity. And what I get back in the JWT, I think, is just your Twitch ID and name, right? What's in the JWT? I mean, you can look at it yourself. What's in it? The name or address, the token. No, that's not it. That's if it's null. What's in the JWT? It's just sent to this, right? Here. And we decode it. It's got an issuer, a login client ID. And what am I using from this? There's the name too, right? Is it the login client ID? No, that's my thing. It's in one of these things. Verify, look it up. Oh, right. I get the Twitch ID. Where's that Twitch ID come from? It's the sub claim. Why not change it to channel check subscription? That's more useful. Are you sure you even need a scope? I think you have to request OpenID scope. OpenID. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It said somewhere, okay, where was it? Space Lipper, this must include the OpenID scope. So their API says I have to include it, and that's the only one I'm including. Your app can check only basic information. So it's a required, the scopes is a required parameter, and it has to include OpenID, and that's the only one I'm including. So it's the bare, I'm requesting the bare minimum for this code, for this flow. Actually, I'm not even using that flow, I'm using this one. The same though. Must include OpenID scope. So yeah. What is channel check subscription? Is that even in here? Scope channel check. Oh, there it is. Read whether users subscribe to the channel. I actually don't care if you're subscribed to my channel or not in the purposes of logging into my game. I really only just need to identify which Twitch user you are. I don't need your email or anything like that. So, that's what this implies, right? The OpenID just saying that Twitch verifies that you are who you say you are, kind of a thing, by signing the JWT. Anyway, yeah, I don't need your email address. It's again, it's there if you actually put a password to log in without Twitch, and it's only there if you want to be able to reset your password. All right, back to this. What was I doing here? All right, that key is how we get to the inventory. All right, so the send player inventory. So now we're just passing the whole player component. And so this needs to be modified. So this is not just new inventory, this is player component. Oops. Do I use new inventory? I do, so I need to extract that out, right? So the same way that this extracts it out needs to be done down here. And this is, I chose in this function to call it new inventory. There we go. I'm not using the full OAuth, no. Because the only thing I needed was to verify identity. So the login through Twitch really is just implying OpenID, right? Just like login with Google, login with GitHub. I don't need a full like people liken OAuth to a valet key to some subset of your account, right? I don't need that. I just need to verify that you are Liz Live or Raimu, and that's it. Yeah. If I was doing OAuth, yeah, I would request custom scopes for access to things that I would use, but I really don't like apps that invade privacy, and my wife hates it too. And so bare minimum is what I asked for, which right now is just your just for Twitch to sign it saying that you are really user ID whatever, and then I look up the name and that's it. All right, send player inventory. Yeah, it's built off of the mechanism, right? But OAuth is complicated, right? Because there's different versions of it, and the full OAuth, the way I understood it, OIDC is just one application of it, of the mechanisms in OAuth. But OAuth also, the full OAuth includes things like tokens that are like a valid key to some part of your account, and there's nothing. OIDC has nothing to do with that, right? You just OIDC is you get a signed Java, a JSON web token, right? And it has some claims in it, and you check the signature matches the issuer's public key, and then you're like, okay, Twitch said that these claims are correct. All right, that's it. I can't do anything with that JWT other than verify the signature. If I try to use it with any API with Twitch, Twitch will say, okay, that's just a claim. That's just a bunch of claims. You can't do anything with them other than verify that they're correct. Let's see. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm wrong a lot, and I really value viewers' feedback and correcting me. Let's see. Player component, yes. Player component, correct. Okay, new inventory here is not correct. So that has to be the entire player component. So that goes there, this goes away. All right. And that needs to change to match this. So that goes there. It's all matching now. Okay. Okay. So for equipment slots, that's a JSON object. So I don't want to do I want to use equipment slot, and this is equipment slot. and then we get an integer back. If it's 0, then we're skipping it. So we're basically, actually, we're not skipping it, are we? What we're putting into, oh, I'm reading the wrong thing too. It's not equipment. Duh. It's player component. Right. And then instead of adding here, we're doing equipment slot equals null pointer. Continue. And then down here, if we were able to encode it, it's that equals slot. Actually, here, can't I just move that in? I think I can. So I could do the same thing with this add too. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Why copy when you can just move it in place? Right? And then there has to be another equals null down here. And then this is now equipment slot, and let's put this in quotes, and that's a string now. And this is equipment slot dot, turn it into a C string, please. Thank you very much. All right. I think I got it. I have a unit test to verify that this works. And that's sitting back over here where I said this character is holding, oh, actually it's not holding, oh, right. Nothing in their general inventory, but in their main hand they're holding a sword. And I expect to be told that your inventory includes a main hand item, which is the sword entity. Actually, this is not correct. That's totally wrong. This needs to be a JSON object, which has the details about the sword in it, right? Similar to one of the other tests that had a tile set. Where will we find that? Fidget spinner. One of these tests, right? Yeah, this thing. There we go. I want to see one of those. Only it's not a fidget spinner. It is an iron sword, quantity 1. And with that tile set and tile needs to match these two. There we go. Run that test. It failed. Shouldn't have failed. Oh, type main hand. Yeah, that needs to be there. So that's realm server key item type main hand. There we go. You don't have a real game until you have a fidget spinner. I know. Fidget spinner is one of my favorite test items in this test fixture. I'm adding fidget spinners. I'm removing them. You might obtain one. Maybe it will be an Easter egg in the real game. Who knows? But hey, we're passing the test. So now, if we have something in an equipment slot, we would be able to see it at this point, right? So let me test that by building the release build, and I'll manually put the sword in my character's hand, because the actual code to put it there doesn't exist yet, but I can manually do it. And then I could verify it actually shows up there. If it doesn't, then I need to go find out why. If that works though, then I need to support moving things into that slot, which wouldn't be too hard. There's already a message handler in the server when we ask it to move equipment or move an item. It just needs to handle if the destination or the source is the name of an equipment slot. And basically we want to make sure that the only things that go here have to have a matching type. And I made it easy for myself. The type has to match the name of the equipment slot in order for it to fit. So yeah, how much? By the way, I'm killing time by BSing and talking while this is building. This is called being a smart streamer when you have two compilers you have to wait for. You just talk and you BS and you keep moving. So there's no awkward silence while you're waiting to build. See how that works? The only thing is I run out of things to say and I get impatient. Come on, compiler. Generate that code. Generate it. Come on. You're killing me. This is the longest compile all day. What? I didn't even change that much. Why is it like building everything? I must have... Did I touch a header file? Touching a header file is the worst. Just use JS or Lua and you won't have that. That's true. I wouldn't have the problem. Oh, I did touch a header file. Look at that. I added the declaration of a... How could I add the declaration of a method? How could I? It forced everything to rebuild. Oh, I also changed this one. But that's in the framework for testing. That shouldn't have been a big deal. Are we done yet? Oh, we're done. So, where is my shell? Where are you, shell? Here we are. Stop and update the code and start again. We have to do that for C++. This is one reason why I like to use Lua for game scripts. It's because I can avoid the compiler stage, the stopping the server stage, the updating the executable, the running it again, waiting for the cluster to synchronize. That's all skipped if it's all Lua. Okay, so there's my equipment. You know, when I move it, it's not going to instantly show there either. I'm going to have to reload the client once I move it. And we should go to the real game while we're at it, right? I mean the test environment. I was on the real production environment. Now we're on test again. Okay, here's my character. I have a sword in my inventory. It's this one. So I'm going to pluck it out. And I'm going to paste it in main hand. Submit. So it disappears. It doesn't show here because we haven't written that code there to recognize that it's there. Now it should show up, and it doesn't. Well, bummer. Did we get told about it, at least? Where's my inventory message? I'm looking for it. It's here somewhere. Equipment. Can I just copy-paste that? Can I copy-paste that, please? I would like to see that in a bigger font. Let's see if I can. File, new, paste, and we know it's JSON. And please format it for me. And is it... Oh, I see something in main hand. Okay, so it's there. And so why didn't it show up in the front end? Oh, it might be because I added that level. I wanted that to make it cleaner, and I need to go refactor the server to do the same. And the front end, I probably screwed it up. It's got to look at equipment and then main hand. I bet that's what it was. So that would be in character panel. Right, where I built... No, it was a special React component called inventory, is what it was. Yeah, and then we had... Oh, it's hard-coded to null. There we go. Okay, I have to extract the item from the character's items. And I forget how I stored that. We'll have to look at how I do that. So that would be looking up inventory again. Inventory. On this time it's in JS. Probably in game interaction. Server messages is fine. So when we get the inventory... Okay, it's reflect inventory. What does that do? It goes to the character reducer, and we just stored the inventory. We're not storing the equipment. I need to do that. There we go. We're adding state for equipment in Redux. That'll be an object, right? So we'll have equipment is action equipment. And then reflect inventory when we dispatch it needs to include that. So right now it's got inventory and equipment. This message equipment. All right. So that'll get it into Redux. So actually do I have Redux tools here? I don't. You know, let me move to Chrome. I should have been on Chrome from day one. I don't know why I was using Firefox for that. So let's log into it with Chrome. Remember me, Ryamu, Hunter2, best password ever, prove me wrong. And let me look at the Redux state here. All right. The state, we can pause recording now. Session, what was it again? Session something. Session character, equipment. Oh, look, it's there. Main hand item. So I know how to draw it and what to name it even. I even know all these things I shouldn't know about it. I need to clean that up at some point. The server is telling us everything about the item, including secret stuff. Really, I just need to know the name, the quantity, I don't even need to know the type, really. We can just be told it's there. I need to know the tile and tile set. Okay, all the information is there. So now it's just a matter of pulling it out from the right place. I can see that password, everyone. My my Twitch chat client is Yada, and one cool thing about Yada is it decodes passwords like that. So I can totally hack your account. I'm not going to, because I'm not a black hat hacker. I'm a white hat hacker. Spoiled again, yeah, but good thing I'm not a black hat, because I would have totally broken into your bank account just now. Because, you know, all I need to know is one of your passwords, and then I can psychoanalyze what your other passwords must be, based off of any one of them. That's how it works, you know. All right. The inventory is pulling just the inventory, so we also want to pull in the equipment. And fortunately, that's in the same reducer, so I know where it is. So now let's pull that in as a prop. The equipment. Hey, we have the equipment now. And so here, that will always be equipment dot, we can't do the dot because we need the name from this variable name, right? Yeah. Let's see if that works. Oh, I have a syntax error. Duplicate declaration equipment. Oh, I can't call it equipment. What do I call it now? Equipment slots? Sure. Equipment slots. Done. Oh no, this is equipment. All right, did it work? Oh, look at that. Hey, look, the sword's in my hand. Nice. Too bad I can't get it out of the hand. It's like, it's stuck. All right. Well, this is good news, though. I can get the sword in his hand. And probably when I take it out, we won't see it. Let me verify that. If I go and take it out of his hand, let's find him again. And take it out of the hand, null again, and put it back into his items, because I'm not going to just steal it, because that would be mean. Oh, it did take it out. Look at that. I didn't expect that to work. Oh, I know why it worked. Because I put it back into here. That's why it worked. So if I, like, took it out of the hand and put it in main hand, it should show up again. But if I just now take it out again and don't put it back in, it should... Oh, it works. Well, son of a gun. I didn't expect that to work. Oh, I know why it worked. Because when I use this tool to edit a player, it overwrites everything, including the items. Okay, that's why. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see. The problem right now is equipment updates, like moving things between slots. You can think of each of these slots as subscribing to the server about what's in that slot, but these don't subscribe to anything. So if these change, we won't really know. You know, I noticed another thing. I should probably drag that down for symmetry, right? The ring should be down here. Wonder why I didn't notice that before. I don't know. I'm not aesthetically expert, I guess. Okay, what do I want to do next? I want to be able to drag stuff into that slot, right? So that is specifically a message called move inventory. And I think the front end is working because it's just going to use the key, I think? Either the key or the index. I don't know why I have both, but whatever. Actually, should I look into that? Because that is redundant. I never use draggable item having a different key and from an index, do I? So why have both? Can I get away with, like, can I just use key here? Let me see. That's a little experiment here. So key would go on most places where index is. Those right there. Oh, there might be more. Let's look for index. Okay, yeah, there. None of those. Okay, so then the test is, can I remove the index? And will it still work? Let's see. Will it still work? Nope. Totally doesn't work. Well, it was worth a try. I guess key is not a prop that you can copy or that you can get. It probably doesn't give me the prop, does it? It probably just consumes it. The React consumes it like a selfish child. Doesn't pass that prop down. All right, it really, index is not the right name anymore, right? Let's at least fix the name. So instead of calling it index, really it's slot ID, which could be an integer, an index, or it could be the name of the slot. And so this is really slot ID. And I have no idea why I have foobar there. Oh, that's how the drag drop works. Right. Oh, maybe this broke because the name has to be index? How does that work? Oh. Wait. So maybe I could get the key. Hold on. Hold on. Let's try again just using key. Because maybe this was just broken before. I think it has to be key here too. That might have been why it didn't work. I know, late night coding, isn't it cool? Let's see if this works now. No, it still doesn't work. Dang it. Oh well. Let's just name it what I want to name it here. This will be slot ID. So we will call it slot ID instead of key. Let React have the key. We're going to use slot ID. And that needed to go here too, right? Now can I drag? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. So at least it's named something better. All right, back to I wanted to allow us to move things out in and out of this slot, because right now I had to move it as the game master, because the move inventory, the move item only works between general inventory. It doesn't work with the equipment slots yet. That we should make a test for. So I already have tests for this, right? Yes, move inventory onto empty slot. So something similar to one of these tests. Actually, can I just use this one? Let's just use this one. All right, and then we'll name this test. Let's fix the name first. I need to go back and do this for all the other tests, but that makes it easier to read, right? Move inventory item to main hand slot. All right, let's call it empty main hand slot, and we'll call this move main hand item. From inventory to empty main hand slot. Okay, so add a test user, make a sword. The sword actually has to have a type now, because that's important. Key item type has to be main hand for it to work. We should have another test where we try to move a non-main hand item into the main hand slot and verify it doesn't work, right? That would be smart. Okay, so nothing in the inventory. Oh, wait a minute. No, we wanted it to be in the inventory. So we're going to move it from slot 1 of inventory to the main hand slot. So this means I actually have to give space for all those things, right? So key player. Oh, wait. It's just main hand, isn't it? And nothing in the main hand slot. That's important too. Okay, move inventory from 1 to main hand. And assert that it actually queues a command to the game. The command should be to modify the player. The delta should be to change is no longer in the inventory. And the second key will be main hand to have the sword entity in it. That's what I want it to do. Take it out of the general inventory, put it into the character's main hand. And this will demonstrate that it doesn't work yet. What does it actually do? This is, how do I read this? Blah, 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 blah. Expected this. Right, expect no items in general inventory, put it in the main hand. What do we actually get? It actually modified it, but didn't do anything here. Oh, it actually dropped. Oh no, it didn't do anything. It just did nothing. Actually, why did it even do a command at all then? Anyway, it's supposed to put null there and then put main hand 1 instead. So let's do that. So the implementation of move item would be, where do I have it now? Here? Yes. So here's move item in move inventory item make command. So this right now is assuming, which makes an ass out of you and me, by the way, that the slot ID is always an integer. In fact, it's assuming it's a positive or non-negative integer. I don't know why I did that. Oh, probably because it matches the type of get size, which is also a size t. Okay, so I need to make a special case if we're moving either from or to an equipment slot, which would be a string. So I should probably just break this up, right? Or yeah, I should probably break it up and try to reuse some of this stuff. All right. Anyway, I'm just gonna plow right ahead and refactor it later. So we first need to check if message. Actually, let's just get a reference to it. Const auto to item is message to item. If to item dot get type is JSON value type string, then it's one thing, and then else it's the traditional approach where it's between inventory slots. And of course, I'm not doing moving out of equipment back into general inventory yet, but I will get there soon. To item goes there. I might as well. I'll refactor this later. It's a little duplication for right now. So I need that, and I need this stuff. Right? Need all this crap. And paste it here. This is ugly. Don't do this at home. Should totally not do this, but I know, I just want to get this working right now. Okay. We do some checks to make sure it's reasonable. Is the from index in range? This would not be that it's within range. It should be that it is a slot. So again, I hate this, but I have to do this again. Until I refactor this, I need that list of valid slot names. Where was that? It was in a string, listed with other strings. Here it is. I hate having to do this, but you know, I'll get back to it later. I'll fix this code later. Famous last words, I know, but that's how it is. Okay, so if those are the equipment slots, then I need to make sure that that to item, the string in there is one of these strings. So what I'm going to do is const auto equipment slots entry equals its equipment slots find. Well, let's get the string out actually. Const standard string to item type equals a to item, and then to item type. Yes. If equipment's okay, then that's this key here. That's this condition down here. If that is not found, so if that iterator is matches the end iterator, then it's not found. What happened to the chat overlay? Derp! There was an error. Ugh. Hold on. Thank you, TS Joss, for noticing that. Let me fix it. Let me try to just reset it. Properties. Refresh. Okay, it didn't derp anymore. Of course, I can't test it because it ignores my chat. But next time someone else chats, we can see if it's fixed. Okay, this never will happen. Oh, there we go. So it's just a hiccup. A temporary derp. Temp derp? Okay, so the entity is not items, it is equipment. Where's items? Items. Where are you? Oh, here we are, items. So in addition to items, we have equipment. So that's if I know the slot, right? So that would be down here. How come this find doesn't work? Vector has no find. Oh, shoot. Oh, but I don't need it as a vector. I could just make this an unordered set. Yeah, unordered set for the win. Starless Jupiter, how are you doing? By the way, hello, T.S. Jost. And Starless Jupiter. And Fled for Nowhere. I forgot to wave to you. And Liz Live, we were talking, and I totally forgot to give you a traditional Raimu wave. And G4MR, forgot you too, I'm sorry. And also... Lincoln's. I don't see where Lincoln's chatted, but my stream helper says, you forgot to wave to Lincoln's. When was that? Oh, I'll have to search. It was at 6:14 my time. Right. You're commenting on my wonderful artwork. Thank you very much. Okay, unordered set. So I guess we'll say equipment slot is player component. The string to item type. Okay, and then we would then look it up. Oh, I got this backwards, didn't I? Here, it's looking it up, and that should go down here. So if there's something there... Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the stacking stuff. Okay, we don't need to worry about this, right? We're never going to stack items in equipment slots. So I can totally get rid of this stuff. Good, because there's a lot of code here I don't want. All right, so here we go. Oh, I need the else stuff, don't I? It is the else stuff. Actually, I need part of this. Skip this and use this part. All right, so this is what I want. So this we can only do if they are the same type. This is a swap. And so this would be if the equipment slot is a reference. Yes. So then equipment equals from item entity. Items from index is to item entity. That works. And instead of doing the auto here, why don't I just be explicit and say int? Same thing with this. Sort of a bad habit. I was using int. I was using auto too much. That is implied. All right. So this will only be allowed if the from item entity. So the from item. Do I get a copy of that? I do not. I need to get it though. How do I get it? This stuff. I need this. I need to actually get it. And actually I need to do this beforehand, don't I? The from item needs to be the correct type to begin with. So let's check that early. If it's a string, get the type. Look it up. Okay, so here's a good place to do it. So we look it up, and then it has to the type has to match. So if from item key item type is not equal to item type, then we got a problem, right? Then we can't swap them. Return empty. Okay, and then they're guaranteed to be the same type so that the swap is legal now. So if there's something in the to slot, we're doing a swap, which is that. And so the items is updated. And that could be a null, right? And so we're updating the items, and then we're also updating the to item type with the... Actually, I don't even need to do that, do I? Yeah, we're just doing a delta. I don't need to do that. I can just say from item entity. There we go. Done. Oh, you know what I should also check? No, this is yeah. We always have to drag something from. Okay, so no, I don't need to. Never mind. We're always dragging something, and if where we're dragging to, there's already something there. Then we're doing a swap. So we're updating the items to have what was in the main hand or whatever, and then whatever was there moves to here. So that's the swap. And then this is the case where it's not a swap. If it's not a swap, we're just setting it to null. Actually, is there a difference then? There's no difference. I don't even need to do this. I don't need to do this at all. It's always that. We're always doing a swap, basically. Swapping with nothing or something. Okay, now that I'm happy. That should work. So we can swap items if they're the same type. We can move something if it has a matching type in there. If there's nothing there before, should all work. Let's test it out. Are we am I in the correct place? No, but here we are. Run. Okay, it failed. It put a 0 there, not a null. Oh, okay, yeah. It should have been a null, though. Interesting. Because it starts out as a null. How did we end up putting a 0 there? My mistake. Oh, did I put the integer there instead of the original? Probably. Where was that? It was up here, right? This line. Oh, right. It's not the entity. It's just the equipment slot. So I actually don't need the entity, do I? Doesn't matter. It's gone. Don't need it. Don't care. Just whatever's in that slot, move it. All right. Cool. So let me make a few let's make a version of this where we're swapping two items. So swap main hand item. That's all we really need to say, right? That implies that we're switching our main hand item with something else. So I need to make two swords. Let's make a sword and a mace. Shall we? Mace. Entity. How am I doing on time? I'm at the end of my stream time. I guess I can go over a little bit. But I should try to find a good stopping point soon. How do I want to distinguish the sword from the mace? It doesn't really matter, does it? The only thing that matters is they're both main hand items, and they have different entity numbers. So we'll start with a sword, and in the main hand we'll put the mace. And then what we'll do is tell it, again, to swap between those entities. So what I should get is the mace here, right? And then the sword in the main hand instead. Okay. That'll pass. Okay, now some failure cases. And I think you know what's coming. Like, if EJ's still here, it would be swap main hand item with non-main hand item. This should fail, and so instead of a mace, it's going to be a fidget spinner. Fidget spinner entity. What is its type? I don't know. Trinket? Fidget spinner entity. Oh, I just noticed something. This should say mace, shouldn't it? Yeah, oops. That didn't have a problem. Actually, that's gonna have compiler error. Never mind. Hold on. I want to make sure that that other test passes fairly with this bug fixed. Yeah, okay, we're cool. All right. All right. Fidget spinner. We should not be allowed to put a fidget spinner in place of the sword in the main hand, should we? So put the sword in the main hand and try to put the fidget spinner into the main hand. We should actually, it's pure and simple. There should not be a command added to the game. It should fail to do anything. We're not doing any like printing error messages about it. It's just not allowed right now. Easy peasy. Okay, that worked. And then the opposite should be equip non-main hand item in main hand. So we don't even have a sword. We just have a fidget spinner, all right? And we want to put it in our main hand, which doesn't have anything in it. And we try to do it, and it should fail. And I think that's all I really need to test. Run that. Okay, and so am I done? I think I'm done. Just need to verify it works in the test environment. So now I can equip. I should be able to unequip. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't unequip yet. We're only testing equipping. To unequip, I have to do the from entity to the from slot to see if it's a string. All right, well, let's try the equipping part. And then I'll do unequipping and then I'll call it a day. All right. Servers are restarting. They're reading their state from disk into memory, and then when they're all done, they raise an election, and there we go. And that's election, like electing a leader, not the other word. All right, so we can't unequip, but I can go to the GM console here and rip it out of his cold, dead hands. Let's do that. So rip that main hand item out and put it there. Null is what you get in your main hand. All right, so I should be able to, I can't equip gold, but I should be able to equip the sword. Oh, look at that. Only problem is it thinks I lost it. Because the gain loss detection is looking at just these slots and not these ones. Okay, that's, I know how to fix that. But the unequipping doesn't work now. The unequipping shouldn't be too bad. You still here, Alt F4? I'm honored that you're still watching me do. I feel like a snail climbing a mountain. Every little bit of the game needs a whole like if I'm following the test-driven development stuff, it's such a arduous thing. You get benefits that if anything breaks, one of your tests will catch it. But man, every little thing you need to add, you need to set up a test case for it. It makes me a lot slower, I think. A lot slower, but hopefully fewer bugs. Like if the bugs, I catch them right away. That's the intent here. But man, it does feel like I'm going slow. Slightly similar and loving having master projects, also underestimating the amount of work. And I don't mind that it takes a long time. I mind a little bit. I feel bad for viewers having to watch such slow progress sometimes. But like, I don't know how to go any faster without making bugs. And then I'd rather fix the bugs right away, which means I spend more time writing it in a way that there's no bugs. Okay, anyway, I don't want to... I kind of just want a mirror of all these, right? Yes. So let's mirror all of these tests. Here are all the tests that are just mirrored. Actually, I don't know where it ends. It ends at 3929. 3929. Okay, so this is where all the mirrors start. Move main hand item to inventory from main hand slot. Okay. So it's just move this null to here and swap the to and from. So from is main hand, to is slot 1 in the inventory. But so the result should be the main hand becomes null and sword moves to there. Okay, swap main hand item. Swap main hand, let's call this one swap from main hand item, and then swap main hand will be swap to main hand item. So it's the same kind of thing, only I reverse these. Main hand, and this is the one. Same result, right? Swap main hand item with non-main hand item. So it should be from main hand item. Swap main hand. Another raid. Sushi codes. Hey, another duo streamer. How are you guys doing tonight? I am working on adding equipment slots to the characters in my game. I drew this nifty little mannequin from this reference image. Look, I'm a horrible artist, but I managed to do, I think, a decent job for a newbie, don't you think? Don't you think? I don't mind if you guys laugh at me, by the way. Yeah, so I needed this visual depiction to give meaning to what's in these slots, and I also will plan to have gray shadowed like hints about what goes in these slots to be more explicit, like maybe a picture of a necklace here, picture of a helmet, picture of a weapon here, that kind of thing. But yeah, I didn't have this before today. I just had general inventory slots and it was sort of boring. So now we're defining what equipment slots mean in my game. And because the only thing that really fits in here is the weapon, I've been playing around with trying to put the weapon in the slot and taking it back out. And yeah, that's how it goes. Swap to main hand swap. I don't have, that's actually a design issue. Each of these slots is now a different type of item. And so that right now you can't do. So that'll be kind of a tricky case where these two could hold the same item, but they're different slots. Like you can imagine maybe his main hand, he's more expert at using it. In the offhand, maybe not as much damage or something. So that's going to be a tricky thing. I'm just going to deal with that later. So if you're new here, welcome everybody from Sushi Codes. I hope you had a good stream, by the way. I have like a video in YouTube that kind of like about 2 minutes long that describes what the heck I'm doing here on this channel. I am making a game and the game engine from basically scratch. I enjoy making things from scratch. I've been doing this on Twitch for about a year and 2 or 3 months. Started out making my own web server, and then I'm like, what am I going to do with a web server? So boring. How about I make it a game web server? And so that's just what I did. You can log into it here, either create an account or just log in through Twitch, and there's not much there because the engine's still a work in progress. It looks like this, only a little bit different because this is the test environment. The production environment is also a work in progress, of course. This is inspired by the old game Ultima 4, Ultima 5 from Origin Systems back in the 90s. So we're talking retro RPG. Your character is an avatar. So are all the other characters and the monsters. It's 2D, up, down, left, right. There are things like teleporters. Zoop! Now I'm in this room over here. And now I'm in a completely different zone where I have some lighting tests. So yeah, there are walls. You can't see through walls. There are areas of the game that are darker. So this is a very dark area. I can only see one square unless there's a light on the wall somewhere. This is a slightly more illuminated area, so I can see a little bit more around me, but it's still kind of dark. There are going to be items in the game. There's going to be NPCs you can talk to, and a story you unravel by communicating with those NPCs. There's, right now, rudimentary combat, like this. No, no, don't kill me. Oh, I'm dead. Let's try again. I can live again, and I can... This guy's hard. Okay, I won that time. Actually, I know why it's hard, because it doesn't use this slot in the game scripts to know that this is what I'm using in combat. It says, oh, you don't have any weapons, so you're just using your fists. Ultima 5, yeah. Exactly. I grew up on the old Ultima games, and I've always wanted to make a game like that. So this has been a work in progress in my head for many, many years, and I finally found the opportunity to try to do it. You played Ultima 4 way back, first real computer game you ever played? For me, it was Apple II, but yeah, it was the first serious game I really got into. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So yeah, being a multiplayer game, I like doing it, but it's taking a while because there are many different aspects. You'll see me on my stream either doing the user interface, and this is all in JavaScript. This is drawn with Phaser, if you want to look into that. Thank you for those other follows. So I use Phaser for this, drawing the sprites. The rest of the UI I use React, and the state management is Redux. So I get to meet a lot of other web devs on Twitch who use stuff like React and Redux. I've learned a lot from them, and it kind of inspired me to learn it myself. And this lets me sort of let people play the game from any kind of web browser, any OS. I don't have to worry about porting to Linux, right? It just runs in Chrome. So the back end of the game is a custom program running in the cloud. It's mostly C++, but it's got some Lua scripts in there. And that's mostly so that I don't have to keep recompiling the server every time I change the game logic. The communication between the front end and the back end server, it's to this nifty thing called WebSockets. And I can't show you until I reload it, but here, let me show you. Every time that you move in the game, there's a message saying, I want to move. I don't want to move anymore. See that? And the game in response is telling you, well, draw these... Let's get rid of this. Draw those draw these sprites there. Move these sprites to some new position. So every time something on the screen changes, there's a new message over the WebSocket. I'm using JSON formatting now because it's super easy to debug, but in the future you could think this will probably be some compressed binary. And everything that the client needs to know is sent through that WebSocket, and everything the client wants to do is sent the other direction. So I want to move this gold over to that slot. Well, that's a move inventory item from slot 1 to slot 0. And this is where we were playing around with them. If I want to swap my gold with my sword, then that is a message saying, please move the sword, please move the gold in item slot 1 to main hand. And the server says, not going to happen. You can't wield gold. It has to be a main hand class item. So, specifically today, working on defining what these equipment slots mean. Basically an extension to the inventory. This is an array of items, so that when we're saying to move an item around, we're usually saying indexes or indices, right? Between 0 and 1, right? That's when we're moving this gold around. So the way I extended it is I define each of these slots as a different type of item, and then the string type is what we say when we want to move something in or out of that slot. So want to swap item 1 with main hand, that looks like this, from 1 to main hand. JSON is flexible enough to either have an integer or a string, so I'm updating my server code to understand that if it's a string, we mean an equipment slot, and that we have to be very careful not to allow you to put gold on your feet, for example. You can only put boots on your feet, no gold. Stuff like that. And of course, this is all up in the air, however I want to define it, and I get a lot of feedback from viewers to either correct my stupid mistakes or designs, or just ideas I never thought of. So having a lot of fun doing this. Thou hast lost an eighth. I know, I hated that message. If you don't respond to the beggar correctly and you lose an eighth, you're like, reload the game. Anyway, hope you guys had a good stream. Sushi Codes, thank you for the raid. I'm going to keep going. I'm actually over time right now. And yeah, I want to add stuff like that. The story from Ultima 4 and 5 was not just eye candy. There was an actual story with text you had to read, and you had to figure out who do I need to go to and what do I need to ask them, or what item do I need to find and who do I need to give it to. And I kind of want to have that in my game. I also want to have things that you find just by searching and secret, like, oh, whoa, there's a secret door there that only opens on Tuesdays. And someone playing my game will eventually figure it out, and they'll be the first, and they'll be like a world first. Someone has found the secret door that only opens on Tuesday. And putting secrets in the game, having a story, and then making it integrated with the Twitch stream and having it multiplayer so that people have a sense of that it's not just them playing solo, that there's some social interaction. That's what I'm aiming for here. So anyway, I'm just writing test cases here that that test to make sure that the correct thing happens when you try to swap a main hand item with a non-main hand item. It should just not allow it, right? And that's what this means. This is secret hacker code. Just kidding. This is kind of peeking into the internals of the server. The way it works is if a player sends this request, like what we were seeing before, hey, server, I want to move an inventory item. I want to move from slot designated 1 to slot designated main hand string. This is basically saying, well, the game's not going to do anything with that. It's ignoring it. This thing called a journal that we're mocking in this test, mock basically means just simulate. We don't care about how the journal works, so we're have a fake journal for this test. The journal, it's going to have a sequence of entries, and each entry is a request to change something in the game. So whenever the number of entries changes, that means something happened in the game. So this is essentially saying the number of entries that there were before is the same as the number of entries that are after. Basically, the message is ignored. Nothing is done. If something was done, that would be something like right here, where whatever we had before, now there is one more of it. And when we look at that entry, it is a request to change the entity component system. The action is to modify a component of type player, and the entity is the player entity, and the type of change is a delta. And what are we changing? We're changing the inventory, and we're changing the main hand. In this case, we started with the sword in the general inventory and the mace in the main hand, and we said swap them. And since they're both the same kind of item, it allows it. Now the mace is in the general inventory and the sword is in the main hand. So that's what these tests are checking to make sure that the correct thing is done. So these specific tests are making sure that the to item is the string. So let me make sure I did this correctly. Equip non-main hand item in. So this is irrelevant. We're going to delete this one because we're doing the unequip ones. All right, move main hand item to inventory from. Wait a minute, did I delete the right thing? Something tells me I deleted the wrong thing. Oh, shoot. I deleted the wrong thing. Okay, good thing I have undo, redo. Undo. Okay, that's from main. Okay, I know what I was saying. This should be to main hand. Got it. Good thing. Undo, redo stack is very important when you're programming, because when you get off track and you start editing the wrong place, you're like, oh, shoot. I didn't want to edit that. Undo, undo, undo. Ah, saved. All right, swap from main hand item. Yes. Do we care about this one? I do. So this should be just reverse these two. It should still do a swap. It just where the string is the to instead of the from. So we're still swapping the mace and the sword. What about this one? Swap from main hand item to with non. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, and nothing happens. Equip. That we have. That's duplicated, right? So we don't need that second one. That's the irrelevant one. Okay, and then I'm done, right? This should not be duped. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So I'm going to build it. This shows up in VS Code here because I use a couple extensions. Test Explorer UI is what we use to organize our tests. It doesn't really work on its own. You're supposed to have that plus an extension that matches the test tools that you use. So I use Google Test. So I found Catch2 and Google Test, and I guess this is new. I didn't remember seeing Doc Test before, but yeah, the part I care about is Google Test. I use Google Test. This extension picks up my Google Test stuff and integrates it with Test Explorer. That's exactly what this describes. So now that that's built, I can say, well, go rescan, and not only should it list the test somewhere in this mess, but I'll get a convenient little bar I can use to run specific tests here. Run that test. It passed. I'm just going to run all the tests in this category. And I expect some of them to fail because I did not implement moving things from the main hand. Right? Actually, did I get these backwards then? I did get that backwards. Shoot. This... okay, this is totally backwards. Main hand, from main hand to in general inventory. What about this one? From main hand, swap from main hand. Okay, this is wrong too. This is what happens when you get too engrossed in chat, I think, sometimes. It's like a balancing act I do. Balance chat and work. Move main hand item to inventory. Can't wait until you have more utilities for the software you're creating. You're still in that foundations point still. Yeah, and once you have tools, you have to maintain those tools. That can be kind of daunting if you have a lot. Like, I have these test fixtures. I mean, look, it's almost 4,000 lines that I have to maintain. It kind of puts pressure on me to constantly remember to refactor, to clean it up, to make this smaller. I haven't done this in too long. This is a symptom of not cleaning up enough when you're coding. When you have a file that's 3,934 lines, it's like kind of walking into a messy house and you see the garbage on the side and you're like, why don't you clean up more often? This is what other coders would think in their minds when they see my code. Why don't you refactor more often? And they're perfectly correct. And I am humbled and apologetic every time. Equip non-main hand item. Right. So these are the ones effectively I added, and there's the ones that will fail, right? It's just the one? What about this other one? This should not have passed. That should not have passed. Wait, how did that work? I did not expect that one to work at all. That should not have... Wait a second. How did that pass? From item. So it would have gone down to the else. Oh, shoot. Is it because it's 0? No? That shouldn't have worked. How did that work? Did I not build this right? I didn't build it. That's why it worked. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, this is going to fail now. Yes, correctly fail. Thank you. So the ones that are failing are the ones I have not implemented. I have test cases set up to test them. I have not implemented them yet. This is called test-driven development. I don't do a very good job at it. I'm still trying to learn it, but essentially it's new behavior, or you want to replicate a bug, write a test for it. It'll fail at first because you haven't written the thing or you haven't fixed the bug. Then you make the test, set it up, make sure it fails the correct way. So this should be like that it doesn't actually do anything. And then you go implement the feature or fix the bug, and the reward is to see all your tests pass when you're done. Okay, so this is going to be a total hack because I don't have time for it right now. But essentially, when we're doing a move inventory item, we're checking if the to item is a string, then we're moving to equipment slot. And then I have this else where they're both general inventory. So what I'm missing is if the from item is it is a string to. So from item. And then because I have that reference there, I can put that there. And then I kind of want to make an else if right here. Else if, but this is a from item. And I'll refactor this later because there's a lot of code in common here. It's essentially the reverse of this block of code, like equipment-wise. So its items to index is expected to be a number. Actually, I should have a check if you try to swap between equipment items. It just shouldn't allow it, right? I'll do that later too. Make sure it fails is very important. Yeah, you want it to fail the right way because your test itself could be buggy. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens. The test is buggy, and so it just always passes. And you're like, oh, great, it works. It's like, no, the test is just busted. To index. Right, we're still doing this stuff. Okay, this is from item. Type is from item. It's all the to's and froms are swapped now. So that goes there. That is items to index. And that's to item entity. Goes there and there. And this is from item type. And this is to item. I'm gonna mess something else up, I know. From item type to index. This is horrible. Don't do this at home. From item type to item entity. I don't know, if it compiles, it works, right? Actually, a lot of the time I just go quickly through this without thinking as much because I kind of lean on my test as a crutch in a way. If the tests now pass, I have pretty good confidence that I didn't screw it up. If they still fail, then I make a more discerning pass of see what I did. Okay, that's what I'm gonna have to do because this one's still failing. Move main hand item to inventory from main hand slot. Let me see if the test is valid. So we start with the sword in our main hand, and we're asking to swap from the main hand to item 1. We expect it to go there. Okay, so let me review this. So from is a string. We're getting the index of where we're moving it to, getting access to the items. We're getting the type. So that should be main hand. Actually, what am I doing? I should just debug this. And magically, we're debugging. Items to index is 1. From item type is main hand. To item entity is 0. That's wrong. Oh, right, yeah. Wait, oh, this is the problem. Um, that's completely wrong. Yep, that's wrong. We don't need to do that check because okay, the check has to be different. It's if the from, where was it? Oh, right. It should be looking up the entity. No, well, hold on. Let me think about this. It should be looking at the equipment. This thing. That we should get a reference to. Do I need a reference actually? I can make it a const. Really, it's if this is null. And I still need that, don't I? Actually, I don't. I don't need that. Okay, so remove that. So the check here is if this get type is equal to JSON value type null. But basically, it means there was nothing there. If there was nothing there, then don't do anything. Otherwise, yeah, I don't need to do this at all, actually. Oh, no, I do need to do it, don't I? I need to look at its type. So this would be the to item. Let me think about this. If it's an, I only do this if there actually is an entity. So where do I get the entity? To item entity. Did I get rid of that? I think I did. Undo till I see it appear. There it was. And then redo. And then, ta-da, we got it back. So I only really need to do this check if there's something there. So if that is greater than 0, can never be negative, so we don't need to check about negatives. If there's something there, we need to look it up to make sure it's the same type. If it's not, then we can't swap them. All right, and then that is swapping one direction, and that's the other direction, right? Yes. Actually, I don't need to put that there. I need to put this original. Oh, hold on. I have to be careful here. Yeah, I can do that. It's no, I can't. If it's nullish, then I need it to be null. Okay, so then really I should just do this last. And before I change it, I can put that here. There we go. Yes. So if it's null, then we're putting null there, and we're putting the item back into the. Okay, I think this will work. If it works, then I'm going to take a break, I think. Run. Nope. What did it do? Oh, it lost our item. It totally misplaced it. Okay, what happened to it? Wait. Is it test valid? Yeah, we expect, this is what we expect. This is what actually happened. So it was null there. How did that happen? Oh, I didn't. Oh, shoot. I do have to do this first. Damn it. Because that's items there. All right, so undo. I need to get a copy of that first. That's what I have to do. So what do I do it this way? Const auto without a reference. So that's to item is that, right? And then I can do that to decode it as an integer to do that lookup, right? And that's updating it, and then that goes there. There we go. In fact, I can move that in place. I don't need to use it after that. Avoid a copy, right? Save us an unnecessary object construction. So, yes. Haha. Ha. So I'm hoping that's going to just build. I'm going to make the release build. I'm hoping that will pass all the tests. I'll start the release build. It all passed. Okay, good. So now I should be able to move the weapon in and out of the main hand slot. And if I made other equipment items, I would be able to equip them. So then the things left to do are the gain and the loss messages are wrong. The scripts about attacking don't know where our weapon is anymore. And I'm missing example items from all the other slots. Oh, I needed to update the graphic too. I want to move the ring slot down. Okay, it built, right? So stop the cluster, update the code, start the cluster. So I don't know if you're still here, Black Glasses, but I have a very long timeout configured for my cluster. That's why even though it's up and running, it still takes a while before the timeout and the election. And that's because I haven't tuned it. I was running the debug build for the longest time, and so that I had to make the timeout really, really relaxed. In the real raft, you want the timeout to be tuned to where the cluster doesn't sit there, picking its nose. It should elect a leader as soon as you're up and running, right? There should not be this 9 or 11-second gap between the servers up and running and the election. But I haven't bothered to tune it. My bad. All right, so can I move this out? Yes, and I didn't lose the sword. And it said I obtained it because the loss obtained is broken, which I'm okay with living with. Cool. I can equip and unequip the sword. I cannot equip gold. I can't put the sword on my neck. I can't put it on my foot. This is good. All right. I'm happy with that as a good stopping point. When I stream, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be streaming Friday morning. I think what I'll be doing is I need to update the graphics a little bit. I need to fix the gain loss thing. And I should update the game scripts to recognize the main hand as what we're attacking with. Oh, the other thing I want to do is as you mouse over items, it should have a pop-up saying what it is. Kind of like what you see in World of Warcraft, where you mouse over an item in your inventory, and it kind of gives you basic information that your character should know about what it is. Like, this is a sword. This is gold. I need to do that. And then whatever else is on my plan too, I'll probably continue that on Friday. Oh, yeah. This whole thing about making containers. Yeah, I need to do that too. So on Friday, if you come back and watch me on Friday, I'll either be working on adding bags and chests in the game, so containers, so that if you look at them, I guess we'd pop it up here, the inventory of a container, and then you can drag between them. I'll either be doing that, or I'll be working on tuning, like moving that down, and either doing pop-ups for inventory items or fixing these messages. I'll be doing one or more of those things on Friday to give you an idea of what I'm doing. But I'm gonna have to call it here. Actually, I guess I can do the git check-in, because half the time I forget to do this. You should do the item tool tip in chat too, for linked items. You mean right here? Like when you mouse over that, it should pop it up? That's a good idea. I'll give you a point for that. Ooh, it's your first Raimu channel point. You can't use those channel points for anything, but in the future, when I have a real game, you will be able to log into the game and redeem that point for some awesome loot rewards in-game. I need to have at least something that's costs 1 point, because I always feel bad when I think someone might have 9 points, and if the cheapest thing is 10 points, they'll be like, I can't even get the cheapest thing. So yeah, good idea. Let me write that down in my notebook. Where did my notebook go? Right here. All right. So I will take your idea. I need to give it some context. So the context, actually I'll just do it this way. Context. Mouse over tooltips showing what items are. There we go. I like that idea. Okay. Oh, let's check this into Git. Okay, let me make sure I don't miss anything here. Right, so the inventory React component now knows about... Actually, this is different, isn't it? Why was this not checked in before but this was? Oh, because we hacked that in and it wasn't actually, so we're connecting. So let me just make this one check-in. So we're actually is that dependent on this? It sort of is not actually. Let's undo that. Unstage this one. Unstage that line, unstage that line. So all we did was pick the slot out of the inventory. Correct. Actually, hold on. This was missing something, wasn't it? Oh, no, it's not. This I need to undo. Unstaged lines. What was that slot, though? Inventory, JS. What's that slot there? Oh, thank you for that follow. Ellie Knoll. I hope that's how you say your name. What was... Oh, that's general inventory slot. So we know that that's good. Okay, good. Good. Didn't mess anything up. It's fine. We're all fine here. How are you? If you haven't noticed, I get loopy near the end of my stream. It's either lack of food or I'm getting dehydrated or something. Equipment is connected. So basically equipping connected... Okay. Connecting equipment to inventory component. Actually, it's going to be a longer thing. That's one thing we're doing here. The other thing we're doing is add or define the rest of the equipment slots. And yeah, okay. So this one is I don't know. Fill in and connect rest of equipment to inventory component. And then I wanted this other thing to be its own check-in. This we renamed index to slot ID. So that should be cleanly a rename. So these two. That's his draggable item. Rename index to slot ID, which is a better name. Okay. And the rest of the front end, what do we do here? Oh, we're storing the inventory. That's important. Store, not inventory, equipment. Store equipment from server in Redux. Got it. Yeah, I need to get hydrated. I'm out of beer. I only got myself one beer for 4 hours. I wasn't thinking this through, was I? Okay, this was a massive check-in because of these keys actually have names. And I didn't realize I was not using the correct name. So let's just stage these alone. So that's new and this is old. Let's just stage these old changes first. So that hunk, it's going to be a lot of this, isn't there? Maybe I can do the opposite. Stage all and then unstage the ones that don't have to do with this new change. So unstage that. Unstage these. Yeah, it's just adding those equipment to those old tests, right? Yep, I think there are only 4 of them. The rest of them should be just key names. Oh, there's another one. And I missed a line there. Get that line. Get it. Okay, and then there are the new tests. So I can just unstage that hunk completely. Okay, and so these are all the name change ones, right? So this is use symbolic names for item keys. Commit. Beer, of course. You don't like beer, TS Just? Are you a whiskey guy? All right, so this is adding a... Okay, yeah, publisher holding the sword. I'll just check all these things in together. Okay, this... Do I want to check this change in separately? This is very specific. No, I'm gonna check them out. Oh, and I should probably put a comment. I should write a comment for this. You don't want to get into the habit of failing to comment things because it's like going to the dark side of the force. So I've been commenting every other function. I should not get lazy here. So this one construct and return the message to send to a client to give them information about an item. So the parameter, this is the entity identifier of the item. And then what do we return? We return the message to send to a client that provides information about the given item is returned. There we go. I commented it. I was a good net citizen there. Mimosas in the morning, Long Islands after lunch. I see. You don't drink alcohol. Water's nice too, TS Joss. Don't drink alcohol, huh? I guess that's a good thing. Alcohol is like poison, right? Kills brain cells. Oh, right. I'm just going to check this all in. I'm tired. If I mess up, then I'll have to live with the consequences, right? So all of this has to do with providing... Okay, there are two things. Provide clients with their characters' equipment, slot contents. And then the second thing is support moving items to from equipment slots. And in general, what is the summary for this? Add support for equipment slots. Basically, add basic support for equipment slots. Done. Commit. Yay, we're done. We're done for the day. Coverage, collect, and push that. Alcohol is literally a drug just as bad as many others. It just happens to be socially acceptable. I guess so. Yeah. Alright. It's about that time, my friends. I will be back, not tomorrow, but Friday, to do more of this stuff. Like I said before, fixing up the artwork, adding in tooltips, fixing this loss obtain thing so that it shouldn't say that when I'm just swapping items around. And then I want to add containers in the game, bags, chests. I want to be able to open the chest, lock the chest, unlock the chest, that kind of stuff. And so I'll be doing that on Friday. And let me go find someone to raid, and then I'll say goodbye. Goodbye! Until next time. Who can I raid right now? There's someone interesting. Actually, I have the perfect person to raid. I hardly ever get to raid. Because until now, our stream times rarely, if ever, intersected. You saw me, hopefully, do some artwork today, right? I constructed this mannequin that you see over there. And I don't need this window anymore, so don't save. From this model. And I am terrible at art. Well, if you want to see a true master do this kind of thing and more, and also developing his own game, well, stay tuned, because we're going to be rating Adam C. Eunice, who is a pixel artist and game developer working on a game called Insignia, and he's been working on it for years and years, and there's a demos ready now, and it's all written in Unity, and he does all the art live on stream, and he's doing a lot of the programming too. So I hope you'll enjoy that. Let me go start that raid. This is who I like to call the Australian Adam, because I know a couple other Adams on Twitch, and so to disambiguate it, this is Australian Adam, the pixel art guy. Okay, hit the button. Hope you join me in the raid. I'll hang out there, get something to eat, get something to drink, and we'll enjoy Adam's art. So thank you very much. Hope to see you on Friday. See you, friends. Bye.